The next agenda is recitation of Holy Quran that will be delivered by Miss Della, student from Faculty of Medicine and Health Science UIN Maulana Malik Ibrahim Malang. To Miss Della, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. كافها يا عين صاد ذكر رحمة ربك عبده زكريا إذ نادى ربه نداء خفيا قال رب إني وهن العزم مني واشتعل الرأس شيبا ولم أكن بدعائك رب شقيا وإني خفت الموالي من ورائي وكانت امرأتي عاقرا وكانت امرأتي عاقرا فهب لي من لدنك وليا يرثني ويرث من آل يعقوب واجعله رب رضيا يرثني ويرث من آل يعقوب واجعله رب رضيا صدق الله العظيم. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
The next agenda is speech from head of the committee to Mr. Abdul Wafi, Doctor of Philosophy. Time is yours.
Thank you very much, Bu Fatia. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Good morning to all of you, and good morning to our our keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Kenji Mishima from Fukuoka University of Japan, and good morning to our dean, Professor Dr. Yuyun Miniwati, and all of the vice dean and our head of pharmacy department, Bapak Abdul Hakim, Master of Pharmacy. Good morning. And distinguished guests and friends, good morning to all of you. I'm Abdul Wafi. On behalf of organizing committee of this conference, I would like to thank you for joining the second Pharmacy Ulul Albab conference and seminar or PLANAR this year's organized by Department of Pharmacy, Faculty of Medicine and Health Sciences, Universitas Islam Negeri Maulana Malik Ibrahim Malang. This conference was initiated in the 2021, so this is the second one. In these years, we have an interesting topic regarding the recent advanced development in the pharmaceutical science. And we divide in the several focus such as pharmaceutical chemistry, pharmaceutical technology, and clinical and community pharmacy, and natural product and halal pharmaceutical and cosmetic as well. So in this conference, we have a representative keynote speaker from different area, from different countries. They are Professor Dr. Kenji Mishima from Japan and Associate Professor Dr. Jintana from Ubru University, Thailand, and also Dr. Muhammad Abdul Al-Hasib from Egypt, and the last Dr. Begum Fauzia from Universitas Islam Negeri Maulana Malik Ibrahim Malang, Indonesia. So it's a really international conference with the different area, with the different countries. In addition, this conference also registered probably over 300 participants, but some of them I think joining from YouTube or other media, and there are also about over 30 participants for the oral presenter later in the after lunch session, and they are from the different university, different research center, and also from the industry. So the main goal of this conference actually to promote the scientific development in the pharmaceutical sciences, and also to initiate the interchange information, experience, and among the participants from the different research center, university, or industry. This conference is divided in two parts. The first part in morning session is the plenary session. We have 4 different keynote speakers, and then we will continue in the second part of this conference in the parallel session after lunch. So I hope you joining in the second part as well, joining in the different room to interchange the information and experience also. So I hope from this conference we will gain a new insight and idea for the future work, especially in the development of the pharmaceutical science. So once more, I would like, on behalf to the organizing committee, I would like to thanks all of you to joining us, and also I would like to thanks to our sponsor supporting this conference. And the last, enjoy the conference. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
For the speech, Mr. Abdullafu. The second speech is from Dean of Faculty of Medicine and Health Science, UIN Maulana Malik Ibrahim Malang, to Professor Dr. Yuyun Yuniwati, Master of Public Health, Specialist Radiology Consultant. Time is yours.
Thank you, Ms. Nita, for the opportunity. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, esteemed guests, all the speakers, especially Professor Kenji Mishima, who come early this morning, all the committee, dear colleagues, and everyone who are virtually present. as the Dean of Faculty of Medicine and Health Sciences, Maulana Malik Ibrahim Malang, State Islamic University, I would like to welcome to everyone in this second International Pharmacies Ulul Albab Conference and Seminar 2022 or PLANAR. I'm grateful to be able to greet everyone here, even though virtually. I hope everyone is safe and in good health and also in happy condition. The topic of this seminar is very important and interesting. We will discuss about advanced development pharmaceutical sciences, and we have following experts to present their respective topics. Ladies and gentlemen, my friends, all the audience, I would like to convey my appreciation to all speakers for sharing the time, knowledge, and experience with us today. And I would like also show my gratitude to the committee, Mr. Wafi and the team who work hard in arranging this event. I'm very proud of you all. I pray that this event would be enjoyable and fruitful for all participants until the end. And finally, I would like to officially open the second International Pharmacy Ulul Albab Conference and Seminar 2022 with Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you very much, and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'm giving back my microphone to the Master of Ceremony. Thank you again.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for the speech, Prof. Yuyun. Before we begin, let's pray together, and I will invite Mr. Amiruddin to lead the prayer in this session. To Mr. Amiruddin, the time is yours. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. Qabla an naqra'a ad-du'a jama'atan wa ila hadrati Sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Lahumul Fatihah. A'udzu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Arrahmanir rahim. Maliki yaumiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Shiratal mustaqim. Shiratal ladzina an'amta 'alaihim ghairil maghdubi 'alaihim waladdallin. Amin. Subhanallah walhamdulillah wa la ilaha illallah wallahu akbar. Astaghfirullah. Astaghfirullah. A'udzu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wa afdalus salah wa azkat taslim ala sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Allahumma salli wa sallim ala sayyidina Muhammadin fil awwalin wal akhirin. Wa salli wa sallim ala sayyidina Muhammadin fil nabiyyin wal mursalin. Wa salli wa sallim ala sayyidina Muhammadin fil mala'il a'la ila yaumiddin. Allahumma ya hayyu ya qayyum ighfir lana dhunubana wa liwalidina warhamhuma kama rabbawna shighara wa li masyayikhina wa li masyayikhi masyayikhina wa li asatizatina wa li ustadzatina wa li talabatina wa li talibatina wa liman lahu huququl wajibatu alaina minal muslimin wal muslimat wal mu'minina wal mu'minat al ahya'i minhum wal amwat. Allahumma ya wasil al munqati'ina awsilna ilaika nahnu ibaduka wa abna'u ibadika, nasiyatuna fi yadika, adlun fina qada'uka, madin fina hukmuka, nas'aluka bikulli ismin huwa laka sammaita bihi nafsaka aw anzaltahu fi kitabikal karim aw ista'thartahu fi ilmil ghaibi 'indaka an taj'ala al-Qur'ana al-karima rabi'a qulubina wa jala'a huznina wa dhahaba hammina wa shifaa'i mardana wa tahqiqi amalina wa ahdafina wa tahsili maqasidana ya Majid ya Hayyu ya Qayyum. Rabbana taqabbal minna jami'a ibadatina wa tamim taqsirana amin ya mujibas sa'ilin. Rabbana ighfir warham wa anta khairur rahimin. Allahumma shrah lana sudurana wa yassir lana umurana wahlul 'uqdatam min alsinatina nafqahu ba'duna ba'da. La haula wa la quwwata illa billahil aliyyil azim. Hasbunallahu wa ni'mal wakil, ni'mal maula wa ni'man nasir. Allahumma a'izzal Islam wal muslimin. Allahumma a'izzal Islam wal muslimin. Allahumma nahnu ibaduka aduwaka nahnu nasta'idu bika ala aduwika shattit shamlahum wa mazziq jam'ahum wa qallil adadahum wa zalzil aqdamahum wa anzil adhaban aliman alaihim bijabarutika wa intiqamika ya Majid ya Hayyu ya Qayyum. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamun alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Al-Fatihah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh.
Okay, we are going to start the first session. The first session is chaired by Mr. Abdul Wafi, Doctor of Philosophy, a lecturer from Department of Pharmacy, Faculty of Medicine and Health Science, UIN Maulana Malik Ibrahim Malang. And here is the curriculum vitae. With the last education is Doctor of Philosophy from University of Pannonia, Hungary. I would like to invite the moderator, Mr. Abdul Wafi. Time is yours.
Thank you very much, Bu Fatia. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, and now we going to the plenary session with the first speakers from Fukuoka University, Japan, Professor Dr. Kenji Mishima. I would like to show you the curriculum vitae of Professor Kenji Mishima. He is the head of the Composite Material Research Center and as well the full professor from the Department of Chemical Engineering, Fukuoka University. He is a PhD student his research interest is about the development of the supercritical fluid technology and the experimental theoretical studies, and as well the development of material in regenerative of medicine. He already supervised a lot of the students and as well the published almost 200 papers and almost 100 proceedings from his career. So I want to welcome the Professor Kenji Mishima from the university, from Fukuoka University in Japan. The screen yours.
Thank you, moderator. I would share my slide. May I start my presentation? Is okay?
Yes, yes, yes.
Thank you, moderator. I will start my presentation. Okay. I would like to explain about the interface of micro and nanoparticle controlled by high pressure. And my objective is to check the feasibility of our research for the novel production of the. Could you? No?
Yes.
Can you see?
Yes. Go ahead.
Okay. And evaluate the method for the cosmetics and medicine using a high pressure technique such as supercritical fluid. And to show the example of the technical transfer from the university industries, and to show the importance of the control of the interface. Okay. Of the micro and nano composite particles. And this is a journal of the supercritical fluid. Last year, we have already explained about how we succeed in the producing micro-sized capsules. It has pH responsible polymers. And in routine systems, companies use pH responsible polymers to coating medicines. But in this case, they use large particles of the medicine. The size is several millimeters in diameter. But some pharmaceutical companies want to use micro size or nano size pH responsible polymers and microcapsules. So we developed this process and described these topics in the supercritical journals. And also we have succeeded technical transfer from our university to the industry. And I can show you some video. This video recorded in the Japanese. I will explain in English. This company is Kao. Kao is one of the famous company of the Japan, the cosmetics. In Kao, they want to develop the micro coating of the cosmetics. In this process, they want to make a very flat and very nano coating. This is a talc particle. The size is micrometer in diameter, but this have a flat surface. This is very good for the material for the cosmetics. But this flat surface is not so good for the cosmetics because flat surface reflects the light in one direction. It is not so good for the material of the cosmetics. So they want to make a micro coating or nano coating inside a small particle of the talc. If they make a very homogeneous micro coating on the surface of the talc, that will be reflect the light all the direction. That is very good material for the skin and good cosmetics. First of all, they want to use organic solvents such as toluene. Toluene is a very good solvent, but when they use this one, they cannot obtain the homogeneously coated microparticles. They obtain only aggregation of the nanoparticle inside the particle. This is not good coating of the material. So we propose a new method using a supercritical carbon dioxide because in routine system, they use a liquid oil solvent. Liquid oil solvent here collected the particle inside the talc particles because in evaporation, the interface of the liquid on the gas was very strong to pull up the particles. So we propose a new method using a supercritical gas. Supercritical gas is dense gas, can solve the high resin and fluoropolymers. when we remove the supercritical carbon dioxide, we can succeed in microcoating. We can show some evidence. It's good evidence. There is very good homogeneously coated microcoating. Supercritical carbon dioxide succeed these nanocoating outside small particles. As a result of this experiment, we succeed in sorry, it's okay. Nanocoating on-side microparticles. These homogeneous nanocoating on-side microparticle, we can succeed in the good produce good materials. These products were already produced in a Kao company. I can show how we succeed transforming our technology to the industries. Carbon dioxide is a very good material as a green chemist. 30 billion pounds of the organic and homogeneous solvent used in the worldwide a year, but more water is used for the contained in the related processes. Carbon dioxide offers effective alternatives, non-toxic, inexpensive, and relatively safe. A mild critical point, and byproduct from the production, the ammonia, hydrogen, ethane, and the natural gases, easily separated by recycled. Carbon dioxide has these properties and low viscosity and low dielectric constant and no permanent dipole moment, low cohesive energy density, weak van der Waals interactions. So the carbon dioxide have already used as a functional solvents such as supercritical carbon dioxide extractions. In these productions, carbon dioxide is used as a functional solvent, and when they use the carbon dioxide as a solvent, we can extract the caffeine from the coffee beans very easily, and also I extended this technology to produce an environmentally benign process for the dyeing clothes. In routine system, the dyeing system were done, but a huge amount of the pollutant exhausted the environment. It's a not good method for the environment. So we invented the new clothes system to dyeing the clothes. Using carbon dioxide, we can dye clothes inside the high pressure cell, and after the pressurization, we can easily separate the pollutant and dye from the carbon dioxide. The carbon dioxide used as recycled, and these processes are very environmentally benign system. In this process, we designed these equipment with this flow sheet and make up a bench scale and pallet scale. In these pallet scales, we checked all the possibility of the production of the clothing, and we built up a practical use of industrial scale. And also we succeed in the produce the products, these products. And we also applied our technology and amplification of the DNA. When we use surfactant-coated enzyme, we can succeed in the amplification of the DNA inside the supercritical carbon dioxide condition, the high pressure condition. And in this invention, we use a routine principle of the DNA amplification, PCR. PCR system is very simple. We replicated the fork forms and elongated at 60 temperature, and the replication occurred in DNA. The system is very similar, but when we use the carbon dioxide, as a solvent instead of the water, we can succeed in the more rapid amplification of the DNA. These pictures show the evidence how we succeed in the high concentration with the rapid amplification of DNA. And also, we applied this supercritical technology to another polymerization of the lactone. Lactone were polymerized by the lipase. So we coated the lipase with a surfactant, and this surface-coated lipase used in the carbon dioxide conditions. And in this condition, the lactone were opened with this surface-coated lipase, and then we obtained very good polymerized lactones. It's okay?
Sorry. Let's go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay. In this process, we obtained very monodispersed polymer, and we can control the molecular weight of the lactones. This table showed how we succeed in obtaining monodispersed molecular weight of lactone polymers. And when we use this technology, we can obtain the desired molecular weight of polymer. When we pressurize a more high pressure, we obtain the more high molecular weight of polymers. We can control the molecular weight by the pressure control. And also, this technology applied to another reaction in the peptide synthesis inside the supercritical carbon dioxide condition. In this condition, we use also surfactant-coated enzymes. This enzyme is another enzyme for the DNA amplifications. And also, we applied this technology to making a micro-size coating or nano-size coating. These processes are very famous method when we use a supercritical carbon dioxide. RESS is a rapid expansion of supercritical solutions, and PGSS is apart from the gas-saturated solution. GAS, the gas anti-solvent process, this process is very famous. And we, for example, I use this technology to reduce the amount of the exhausted organic solvents, such as a painting system. In routine system, the painting were used as a resin with toxic organic solvents such as toluene. Toluene is a very good solvent for the painting resin, but these toxic organic solvents should be exhausted to the environment. It's not a good system. So we use the carbon dioxide instead of the toxic solvent. When we use a carbon dioxide, resin can be dissolved in supercritical condition, and then we obtain the small microparticles. This small particle is very functional and obtains a very good painting. And the principle is very simple. Painting resin, the polymer, dissolve inside the organic solvent, such as polar solvent ethanol. And carbon dioxide cannot dissolve these solvent, but the mixture of the two can solve the enough amount of these resins. And after the rapid expansion of the solution, we can obtain the very small microparticle of the paint, because solvent is not so good solvent, and so remain this ethanol cannot solve the resin particles. So we can obtain the small particles. And we can compare this system. When we use organic solvents such as toluene as a co-solvent and carbon dioxide, we can solve these polymers. But after the rapid expansion, we can obtain the very thin film. Thin film is very okay to producing the painting. But in this case, some organic solvent are exhausted to the environment. It's not so good to the environment. But our new invention is more good because these polar solvents such as ethanol cannot dissolve the resins. But the mixture of the two can solve the particle, and this particle can make a thin film after the hot window. So we can painting in atmospheric conditions. This is a very good painting system because we cannot exhaust any toxic organic solvent to the environment. This particle is very good to the painting. And we check the property of this microcoating. In these researches, I can find out the special phenomena of the polymer and morphology of the polymer of microparticle or changes inside the supercritical conditions. This morphology change is very easy to obtain the microcapsules. So we try to use microcoating of medicine using this supercritical carbon dioxide as a functional solvent. And this technique was used as RES system or the PIP system, pressure-induced phase separation. This is a very different principle, but we can obtain the very fine polymer in both systems. Equipment is very simple. Only we can use a high pressure cell and carbon dioxide and high speed saline. When we use this equipment, we can obtain these small particles. This figure shows a 10 photograph of the cross section of the microcapsules. This black area meaning medicines, and this white area meaning polymers. We also check the examination factors such as pre-expansion temperature and pressure, co-solvent and the polymer concentration, co-solvent concentration, injection distance, and type of nozzles. This factor is very important to produce good materials. I will show some example of how we succeed control the microcoating and the thickness. When we use silica particle, it's a core substance like that. This has this distribution in diameter. When we use a low concentration of polymer, 0.78%, we can obtain this molecular weight distribution of the particle. In this case, a very thin film were obtained on the microcapsules. When we use more huge amounts of the polymer inside the high pressure cell, 2.35 weight%, we can obtain these particle size distributions. And we can control the particle diameter and thickness with polymer concentrations. Polymer concentration will increase this one, and we obtain the cross-section, the PEG, and these particles. And we also control the nano-size structure of the particles. When we use very more smaller particle, this effect is similar. Agitation speed, we control the particle size and concentration of the nano-size particle inside the microparticles. In the controlling of the structure of the nanocomposite, the high-speed agitation is very important to control the particle, and this figure shows the image of the structure. When we use a low-speed agitation control, we cannot obtain the enough nanoparticles. But when we use high-speed wall styling systems invented our laboratory, we can succeed in these 10 photographs. The particle produced by the high-speed rotation wall systems. And we also produce pH-responsible microparticles with this equipment. The core material is medicine, and the carrier is pH-responsible polymer. So in routine system, the industrial companies such as the pharmaceutical, these companies cannot obtain the micro size of these particles. Industrial company only produce several millimeter in diameter system. So in this equipment, we can use oil-ligid 100, this polymer, and oil-ligid E100, this polymer is a pH-responsible polymer. This polymer already used as in routine system in making several micron millimeter in diameters. And core material, we use phenylalanine as a model composite, and we obtained, very small particles. And this FTIR showed evidence how we succeed in the microcoating. And we also checked the structure of the microcapsules using these SEM and X-ray systems. This picture showed how we succeed in the microcoating. And drug delivery system is very important to drug release is very important. So drug release property were measured by these France cell using a UV system. This figure shows the pH dependence of the microcapsules. At low pH condition, the medicine will be released by low, very early stage. But in high pH conditions, medicines included inside particles. And also, we applied this technology to making some of the membranes, such as these hydrophobic and hydrophilic systems. This ribosome is a very good material. In routine system, ribosome were made with very toxic organic solvents such as chloroform. Ribosome, phospholipids was material to making a ribosome, but the ribosome is phospholipids is very difficult to dissolve to the water. So the chloroform was used as a solvent, but some research, this is work done by the Italian professor Levercon. He invented a new method to making ribosome use supercritical carbon dioxide. But in his method, he only used carbon dioxide as a carrier. So he needed to use a chloroform feeding the phospholipid inside the high pressure cell. So the small amount of the toxic solvent chloroform remained inside the particle. And we invented a very new system, the novel system. We don't use any chloroform or toxic solvent. We only use high pressure and supersonic irradiation. When we use supersonic irradiation, we can making ribosome without any toxic solvent. We can expanding the interface of the water and liquid carbon dioxide interface. so we can dissolve the phospholipid. And then we obtain the ribosome. This ribosome is very similar to the lutein system, but we don't use any chloroform and toxic solvent when we use supersonic irradiation in high pressure condition. This is a very new technology. Making a ribosome is very easy to explain how we can succeed in making the ribosome. And we can also control the diameter of the ribosome using the phospholipid concentration. And this ribosome were applied to some medical systems. And we check the medicine of the asthma using this ribosome. The sterilization is very important. Sterile ribosome is very effective to remain inside the body. So the macrophage is a very strong one to decrease the concentration of the ribosome inside the body. So the drug encapsulation ribosome are prepared by using sodium chloride and anti-Atien, and preparing the sterile ribosome that's difficult to find out incorporated into the macrophage by the preparing the ribosome with DSPPG system. Encapsulation, I think, is a ribosome using liquid carbon dioxide. We check the possibility of our equipment. Our equipment is very good equipment to produce the sterile ribosome. Then we obtained this particle distribution and this structure of the ribosome. And concentration of the drug inside the ribosome will check this equation. And this figure shows the lutein system. It's a lectin ribosome. Lectin ribosome is a lutein system. But when we make a new ribosome with DSPPG with our equipment, we can succeed producing a sterile ribosome. As conclusion, it is possible to prepare the ribosome by ultra irradiation using a carbon dioxide as a solvent without using organic solvent. This is a very important point because remained toxic organic solvent is very dangerous for the medical field. So it is confirmed that the sterile ribosome using DSPPZ derivatives, is compared with lectin ribosome. Thank you. It's my presentation.
Thank you very much, Professor Kenji Mishima. It was a nice presentation and interesting topic, I think. And I'm really interested in several parts of your presentation, actually, but now we're going to the discussion session. I hope all participants, if you have any question, please raise your hand or write in the chat box. Okay, Pak Alif.
Okay.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mishima. Actually, I am very interested with your presentation. Good delivery and very interested. So actually, this is out of my expertise, which is I am a microbiologist. But I'm curious when you show me how biological products such protein or DNA or perhaps another bioactive compounds could be microencapsulated or maybe nano-encapsulated. Among bunch of kind of materials. Could you tell me how you can select or choose the right thing, right suitable material for some main active compounds, like this is not good, this is better, or and so on. Is it about its adhesive properties, maybe a chemical or physical, like solubility or something? Thank you very much.
Oh, okay. When we selected the drug and polymer, it is very important for the solubility of the polymer particles. Because when we use material such as a polymer, the solubility in the carbon dioxide is very low. So if you want to make a micro capsule or nano capsule of the medicine, you should select the solubility of the polymer in carbon dioxide. When you difficulty to find out the material, we also check the possibility of the cosolvent. Cosolvent is a very powerful solvent, adding the supercritical carbon dioxide conditions. If we, I can show some example in this my presentation. When we use ethanol as a cosolvent, when we adding ethanol inside the carbon dioxide, the solubility of some polymer increases. So we can control the solubility of the polymer in carbon dioxide using cosolvent. Some cosolvent is very powerful to selecting the materials. Is it okay?
Okay, thank you very much. So cosolvent and its solubility properties,
yes,
is the main thing. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Mishima.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Pak Alif. Anyone other question maybe, or remark or comment? Okay, if not, I have probably a little short question. Actually, I'm working with material science. I'm working with the titanium dioxide, but for different application, I think, in the photocatalytic. But interested in your slide, which use the nanoparticle to make the nano material. It's spread or disperse each other with some polymer maybe. So it is the nanoparticle we use the titanium dioxide or other. It's related to your introduction to deflect the light with the different direction, or we can use the different nanomaterial or something like that.
Yeah, we can use the nanomaterials because when we use nanomaterials such as TiO2 or the nano-size medicines, we can use some equipment. Because when we use supercritical carbon dioxide, making micro-size particles, it is very easy to using RES system or PIP systems. But when we want to make nano-size particles, we should use another styling system, such as a high-speed wall styling system. This is very effective to obtain the nano-size particles. So we should select the equipment when we want to the nano size or the micro size. So these size control were done by the method of the high pressure system.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you. Okay, maybe once more. I'm also interested with supercritical CO2 with the 4 dyes extraction. So because actually I'm working also in the wastewater treatment with the nanomaterial like titanium dioxide, but it's a new idea or new insight for me to reuse the dyes contaminant. I think it's a lot of the contaminant in this world about the dyes in the textile and industry on other industry. So it is how its dyes could be extracted with the injection or with the adding of the super CO2, I mean, carbon dioxide. So how it's work actually? Or we add some solvent or some material to it, or just we inject with the high pressure carbon dioxide?
So we have some method for adding the another co-solvent or the surfactant inside the carbon dioxide, because in high pressure technology, we can adding or feeding the another solvent or the gas easily to inside the high pressure cell. So the introducing this method is very easy because carbon dioxide is a dense gas, only the gas. So the high pressure system can use a high pressure pump. This pump is very helpful to introducing the some materials such as the co-solvent or the surfactant, so that we can control the composition of the solution inside the high pressure cell. So there is no problem to producing as industrial scale.
Okay, nice. Thank you very much. Okay, we have another question from Dr. Begum Fauzia.
Thank you for the time, Mr. Moderator. Good morning, Professor Mishima.
Good morning.
Yeah. I have a question about making a microencapsulation or in nanoparticle or microparticle. How do you control the size, the homogeneity of size of particle when you do prepare with ultrasonic irradiation using carbon dioxide?
For making a nano particle of the biological substances, it is very important for the aggregation of the biomaterials, because this nano-size biomaterial is very easily to aggregation. So we should check the aggregation. Well, I think the very effective the homogeneous separation of the size distribution of the biomaterial, we should use surfactant. Such surfactant is very effective to control dispersing the biomatters inside the supercritical carbon dioxide condition. We recommend you to use the some surfactant inside the carbon dioxide condition.
May I continue the question?
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah. So it means, although we don't use organic solvent, we still use another chemical for the process. I mean, with ultrasonic irradiation.
Yeah, ultrasonic radiation is very effective, but when you use ultrasonic irradiation inside a high pressure condition, it is very difficult because sealing the carbon dioxide when you use supersonic irradiation. I have invented the new equipment. This equipment is very perfect to sealing the carbon dioxide. When we use this equipment, we can only use supersonic irradiation. This supersonic irradiation in the high pressure cell, it is a very inventional method. So we succeed in the nanomicro size coating because irradiation of supersonic is very effective obtaining homogeneous nanoparticles. So
this method?
Yeah,
Sorry.
Okay.
Is this method recommended for another substance such as natural products, maybe? I mean, not a biological substance. Is it possible?
Possible. There is very safety. You can use.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Prof. Misima.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Begum Fauzia. Anyone other question maybe or comment? Okay, if not, thank you very much once again. Thank you very much, Professor Kenji Mishima, for your talk. It was very nice and interesting. And we hope we will have another chance. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Is it possible once more?
Okay.
Sorry. Okay. Ibu Siti Maimuna, any question? Oh, okay.
Assalamualaikum.
Oh,
good morning.
From Professor Roy Hatun Muti.
Yes. Do you remember me? I am a student of Sensei. It's a collaborative with Sensei and Charmin. I am very interested with development of drug based on the supercritical CO2 process. I would ask, can supercritical carbon oxide process be used for all types of drug delivery system? Thank you, Misima.
Your question is very nice. So for the drug delivery system, carbon dioxide has very high possibilities because today I can show the one sample of the pH responsible drug delivery system, but supercritical carbon dioxide has another possibility to producing another drug delivery system, such as the temperature or the pressure or the another outside things. So if you want to have another temperature dependent polymer, such as some functional polymer, you can develop the new system for the drug delivery using carbon dioxide systems. Okay?
Again, thank you, Misima.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. Any other question? If not, we can close this session. Okay. I think not. If you have another question, maybe you can send an email or something. Reach Professor Kenji Mishima.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much, Professor
Welcome.
Kenji Karimanya.
Thank you.
And hopefully we can have another question in the future. And thank you very much. I close this first session. Okay, before we go into the second speakers, probably we have some information from the committee.
Hello.
Welcome, Dr. Gintana.
Yes, next presentation is my right?
Yeah, correct.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. We're going to the second presentation from the Associate Professor Dr. Gintana from Ubru University. She is Associate Professor in the Ubru University of Thailand, and her research interest is about natural product, herbal medicine, and the standardization of the herbal medicine, and etc. And today she will talk about the natural product, especially for the treatment of hair loss. And she will talk from the beginning, from the laboratory experiment or research until to implementation or application in a market. To Dr. Gintana, the screen is yours.
Thank you very much for your introduction. And I have to share my, just like my own or the organizing will share for me.
You can share yourself.
Okay, just wait for a while.
Can you share the screen?
I'm trying because outside Thailand now very heavy rain. Maybe the signal quite.
Okay, no problem.
Okay, wait for me for a while. I will call my assistant first. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you see my slide?
Yeah. All right.
Okay. Hey. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As the MC, introduce myself. I'm work at Faculty of Thai Traditional and Alternative Medicine, UBRU, Ubon Ratchathani Ratchapat University. Therefore, my interested field is on the natural product. Therefore, today, the topics of my talk is on the natural product for hair loss, from research to market products. My voice, is it clear? Okay. For the contents of my presentation today consists of the background and rationale, why we have to work on the hair loss product, why we have to do the research on this topic. And the second is hair and hair growth mechanism. Before we moving on do some research on hair loss or hair growth promoting, we have to know the hair and hair growth mechanism. And of course, I will show you some research process. It's a part of my process and my research and product development. And the last topic is from research to market of anti-hair loss products. Before we moving to another part, I may introduce all of you to know hair loss. I'm quite sure that all of you know hair loss. With hair loss or alopecia, is not a severe symptom or disease, but it can cause severe mental stress and become a medical problem. And nowadays it is increasing number of men and women. Hair loss affects at least 50% of men by age 50 years and up to 70% of male in later life. 6% of women ages under 50 years are affected this symptom, this hair loss, increasing to 30 and to 40% of women ages 70 years and over. This is pattern hair loss. I will. Okay, this is a pattern of hair loss. is different between women pattern hair loss and male pattern hair loss. The cause of hair loss, cause from many causes, are divided into 3 groups. The first group is hormone such as androgenetic alopecia. Androgenetic alopecia is one of type of hair loss, which is caused from type 2 5-alpha reductase. I think you may know this enzyme. This enzyme work like convert testosterone, the male hormone, to be dihydrotestosterone, and dihydrotestosterone or DHT is very play an important role in hair loss. Hormone, and the second group is non-hormone such as scarring alopecia areata, or telogen affluvium, are the person such as the person who use like after treatment after cancer, maybe got some hair loss. We call telogen affluvium. And other causes of hair loss, such as poor nutrition, disease, medical treatments, hair treatment, the product we use in daily life, and scalp infection. This is all the cause of hair loss. But mostly the cause of hair loss or male and female pattern hair loss is androgenetic alopecia. When we talk about the therapeutic method, nowadays there are 2 therapeutic methods for hair loss. The first one is drug therapies. The second one is hair transplantation. But these two types of therapeutic methods still have the limitation. I'm not sure in Indonesia we use the drug same as in Thailand or not. In Thailand, the famous drug therapy for hair loss, we have two drugs, including minoxidil and finasteride. Minoxidil is based treatment in topical formulation. And finasteride is inhibitor of 5-alpha reductase, the enzyme that I mentioned in the former slide that's caused the androgenetic alopecia. But these 2 of drugs still have the limitation, such as minoxidil. The efficacy of minoxidil is variable and temporary. When we stop using after prolonged use, maybe stimulate hair loss much more than hair loss. And for the finasteride, may cause malformation of the external genitalia of male fetus. Therefore, the pregnancy person cannot use this drug. This is the limitation of the drug use. And another therapeutic method for hair loss is the hair transplantation. This method in Thailand quite famous, but it still have the limitation because of hair number and the repeat operation. In one life, we can do like not more than 3 times of repeat operation, and it will leave the donor area scarring. You see, when we take the hair follicle out from our skin, and then it will leave on your skin, and also it high cost. This is the limitation of hair transplantation. Apart from 2 methods, 2 therapeutic methods that I mentioned before, nowadays still have the therapeutic strategy for treating hair loss, such as gene therapy or antimicrobial products or anti-inflammation agent, apoptosis modulating agents. It depends on the mechanism of that hair loss. And the methods for treating hair loss that I will emphasize today is from the natural source, product from natural source of for treatment hair loss. You know this plant? Maybe I'm sorry, I like write it in Thai. Okay, this is some product in Thailand. We focus on this because the plant is a major source of medicine, and for our traditional medicine involve of plant extract. More than 80% of our product come from plants, come from natural source. And herbal, of course, herbal contain a variety of active phytochemicals, and several studies show the potential of herbal plant on hair growth. Therefore, my team are interested in the products that made from natural source for treating hair loss. I think all of you already know about hair and hair growth mechanism. As you see in this slide, the hair, the structure of human skin or the structure of hair. You see, hair is divided into two parts. The first one is hair shaft. Hair shaft will protrude from the skin, as we know, like hair, our hair, and deeply in skin we call hair follicle or hair root. Deeply in hair root, the very important parts composed of many cells, as you see here. Actually, it's composed more than these 3 cells that I mentioned. More than 10 cells included in the hair follicle. But today I will focus on keratinocytes. You know, keratinocytes. This cell play the role in produce the keratin, which is the main protein of hair shaft, and melanocytes produce the melanin, which is the pigment that's very important in the growth state of hair. And of course, the more popular cell, this cell is very important. It's being like the stem cell in the root of our hair and make hair longer every month, every day. Therefore, is this cell very important? For the hair cycle and signaling molecule controlling hair growth it is unclear nowadays. It is unclear, but as you see here, the hair growth cycle are divided into 3 stages: the growth stage or anagen, we call anagen phase, and transitional stage we call catagen, and resting phase we call telogen phase. This is 3 stages. Each hair will pass 3 of these stages, and in each, as you see here, anagen phase, catagen, and telogen. Telogen is the resting phase. We hope that our hair will be on the anagen long and long. But if it's come to telogen phase, the hair will fall. As you see here in the slide, there are many factors, many molecules that involve in the hair cycle, as you see in this slide. This slide shows the histological profile of mice skin in a telogen phase, in resting phase of hair, and anagen phase, the growth phase of hair. You can see the dermal papilla in the dermis in subcutaneous layer of the skin, as you see here, subcutaneous, and you can see the hair follicle. But for the telogen phase, you cannot see, it's not clear. You cannot see the hair follicle in this slide. This is the cycle of hair that I mentioned before. Nowadays, there are many scientific support. It's quite clear that VEGF, KGF, and TGF beta 1 is included in is play an important role in the hair cycle. I will talk about a little bit about VEGF. VEGF, or vascular endothelial growth factor, is play an important role in angiogenesis and restore the oxygen supply to the tissue. And of course, they supply the oxygen in hair follicles. And another factor in anagen phase, you see in anagen phase, the growth phase of hair follicle is keratinocyte growth factor or KGF. This factor is stimulate hair fiber elongation and protect hair follicle from cell death. Therefore, these two genes, two factors will stay in the anagen phase. On the other hand, the TGF beta 1 in the telogen phase, TGF beta 1 or transforming growth factor 1 is a key mediator in formation of androgenetic alopecia or hair loss. It inhibits re-entry from telogen into anagen, resulting in hair loss, resulting in alopecia. Therefore, we want our products stimulate these two factors and suppress and inhibit this factor. Another factor that I have to mention is 5-alpha reductase, because the most hair loss is androgenetic alopecia is caused from hormone, male hormone. Therefore, why male faces the hair loss more than female? Because it's hormone, testosterone. This enzyme will convert testosterone to be DHT, and DHT will stimulate the TGF beta 1 in the hair cycle. Therefore, if we cannot find the products that can inhibit the 5-alpha reductase, it will stop the hair loss or sustain hair longer. And another mechanism is very important mechanism that occur in anagen phase or hair growth phase is pigmented or hair melanogenesis. This mechanism, as we know, that is will occur in the melanocyte cell, and the important factor that play the role in melanogenesis or the melanin production in hair growth cycle is tyrosinase. You see in the this pathway, tyrosinase enzyme and tyrosinase related protein 1 and tyrosinase related protein 2. These enzymes play an important role in the produce of melanin in hair anagen cycle. This is the introduction of the research. The reason why I'm interested in hair loss production, hair loss product. Back to my research process and product development. This is my research work. A part of my research work. Firstly, I screened 15 traditional hair growth promoting plants in Thailand and tested in the dermopapilla cell. You know, can you remember this cell and keratinocyte to see the effect, proliferation effect in these two cells, and then I choose the best one of 15 traditional plants for further my study. Is called Catamas tinctorius. I think in Indonesia also have this plant. I use the forest part, the flower part of this plant. And after I extract this plant, this extract will was study for its safety, its phytochemical analysis for hair growth promoting effect study both in vitro and in vivo, and stability and skin permeation. For hair growth promoting effect study, in vitro study, I study on 3 cells, keratinocytes, or I will call it HACAT and dermopapilla cell, and melanocyte cell we call B16 cells. This is the hair growth related genes expression that I have done in for this extract, and also hair growth activity study in the hair follicle. I will talk in detail later. More than in vitro study, we also study in vivo study in mice to see the histological study after we apply our extract on the mice dorsal skin. This is all of the research framework. Example of the research on hair loss. This is the traditional use for treating hair loss. The 15 selected plan for hair growth promoting study. I think the name in Thai, in this, and English name, and also scientific name. If there is anyone interested in this plan, you can search from scientific name. And this is part use of this plant. As I mentioned, the plant that I selected is camphor or Catamus tinctorius because it's can promote the proliferation of dermopapilla cell and keratinocyte cell. As you see here, it's higher in cell viability of dermopapilla cell and in keratinocyte cell. Therefore, I choose this plant for further study. This is the next of my study. After I selected Catamus tinctorius, I have to make sure that which fraction that is the best fraction for further study for use in my products, for hair loss product. Therefore, I divided the solvent into four solvents. For method, I use water with heat 30 minutes, fraction A, called fraction A, and use water, I call fraction B, and fraction C, I macellate in 50% ethanol, and fraction D, I macellate the crude of the Catamus tinctorius in 50%, 55% ethanol. This is the result of each fraction A, B, C, and D. The results show that the macellation method by using 50% ethanol, fraction C show the base of the proliferative effect in the dermopapilla cell and its high yield. Also, therefore, I choose this part, this fraction, extract with 50% ethanol for further study in the biological activity and in my products. This is the detail of Catamus tinctorius. I think you may know this plant in Indonesia also have maybe in Thai called camphor or safflower. This is the major compound of this plant. It's flavonoid, hydroxysulfur, yellow A. This is the major compound of this plant. It shows several pharmacological activity of this plant, and chemical constituent of this plant is flavonoids, glycoside, fatty acids, steroid, and polysaccharide. In Thailand, we use this plant in hair growth promoting activity contained in a herbal formulation that effectively promote hair growth. Therefore, this plant is my choice. I choose it for further study. And the next research process for study on hair loss product. After we got the extract, we got the plan that we want to develop, that we want to put in our product. We have to know the safety. The safety is safety or not. Therefore, I did the safety evaluation by using two methods. The first one is study on the effect of the extract. I call CTE. This extract called CTE, Catamus tinctorius ethanolic extract. The abbreviation is CTE. I test it on white blood cell, and the second safety evaluation, I test it on the mutagenicity in bacteria. The first safety testing is on white blood cell. I use the fresh human blood and then separate the white blood cell from the blood and then test for the safety toxicity. The results show that this plant, this CTE, the extract, didn't show cytotoxic effect on white blood cell. As you see here, this is the concentration. The highest concentration used is 1 milligram per milliliters. We cannot see the date from cell, the cell date in here. Therefore, it's quite safe for white blood cell. And also the second safety evaluation is called mutagenicity evaluation. When we use some product in the market for a long time, it can cause mutagenicity or not. Yeah, therefore, it's very important to test this activity, this safety. This model called M-test. We use the two strain of bacteria, Salmonella typhimurium TA98 and TA100. This kind of bacteria already make like mutation. It cannot grow in normal media. We culture it and put some our extract. If our extract convert this bacteria to grow back again, to see colony counting, that means it's like can cause the mutagenicity. Let's see the result of CTE. CTE concentration from 1 to 10 milligram per plate had no mutagenicity against these two strains of bacteria. To also in present and not present enzymatic activation, as you see in this figure, from low doses, you see from the low doses to high doses of CTE, the relevant colony of both strains did not increase. Therefore, at the first of this CTE extract, we quite sure that it's safe and suitable for further study. This is the next process for biological activity study in anti-hair loss, promoting in vitro study. We study in keratinocytes and dermopapilar cells. How we treat the extract in these two cells and study the genes that related to hair growth promoting, including VEGF and TGF that I mentioned before, and also test for the hair growth inhibiting genes, TGF beta 1 and type 2 and type 1 and type 2 5-alpha reductase. Let's see the result. CTE significantly increase the level of the VEGF and KGF expression. This is the figure of VEGF genes and KGF genes in both dermopapilar cells and hair cap cells in dose and time-dependent manner. And for the TGF beta 1 and 5-alpha reductase enzyme, this extract can suppress the level of TGF expression in the dermopapilar cell and keratinocyte cell in dose and time-dependent manner. And moreover, CTE shows similar and significant suppression of 5-alpha reductase both in type 1 and type 2 in the dermopapilar cell and keratinocyte. This is the next in vitro of my study. I study on the effect of CTE on hair melanogenesis. That I mentioned before that melanogenesis is very important step for hair growth promoting, because we found the melanogenesis in an nascent phase of hair growth cycle. In my study, in this study for melanogenesis, I study on the cell viability. We use the melanocyte cell, B16F10 urine melanoma cell, and we study the melanin content and also the gene expression to study the tyrosinase, TRP1 and TRP2, tyrosinase-related protein 1 and 2. This is the result for melanogenesis, hair melanogenesis. The results show that after 48 hours of incubation, CTE had show the ability to stimulate melanogenesis in melanocyte cells in dose-dependent manner. As you see here, left side is the control without any substance, and B was the CTE treated cell. We can see the darkened. Therefore, this extract, CTE extract, can stimulate the melanogenesis or the melanin production in hair. And also this enzyme that related to the melanin production, tyrosinase, TRP1 and TRP2, CTE treated cell increase independent manner of the of these three cells, which is involved in the melanogenesis. This in vitro study, I work on the hair follicle growth. We culture the hair follicle from the neonate ICR mice, as you see here. Neonate ICR or the newborn mice. We separate the skin portion. We dissect out the skin and then try to chop in the small pieces and isolate the hair follicle using sharp needle and culture like in the picture, and compare between the control, negative control, positive control, and the extract and culture. And we measure, finally we measure the length, the length of hair follicle at 24 hours, 48 hours, and 72 hours. This is the result after we culture the hair follicle from ICR mice, newborn ICR mice. As you see here, this is the morphology of hair follicle at the 72 hour. A is a control, B is minoxidil 50 microgram per milliliter, C is CTE, our extract 50 microgram per milliliter, 100 and 200 microgram per milliliter. We can see the longest in the highest extract treatment hair follicle. Okay, we measure the length in millimeters. Next is the study on animal in vitro study. We use the mice, the black hair mice, this strain called C57BL/6 mice. We use this strain because it's very close to our hair. It's produce the melanin like our human hair. Therefore, I use this strain of to study for the anti-hair loss activity. This mice will separate into 5 groups, as we see here, and the dorsal portion were shaved off. I mean, the hair from dorsal portion were shaved off, and then apply the solution of the extract or the positive control every day, once a day for 15 days. After that, mice were killed, and we do the slide like this, cross section and long section. This is called the transverse section and longitudinal section. And we count the number of hair follicles. We count the anagen-telogen ratio and measure the skin thickness. As you see here, this is the result of my study. Because I do like this because I want to know that this extract, CTE extract, show the topical, show the activity like this or not, or therefore I separate into 2 parts in the same mice, as you see the result. A is the untreated control. B is CTE 0.5 milligram per milliliter, the highest concentration, and C and D respectively, and E vehicle, and F is the CTE 0.05 milligram per milliliter. And then this table shows the anagen to telogen ratio. As you see, it's quite clear that in the highest of the extract show the good recover of the hair in dorsal portion of the mice. Moreover, we also is very important thing to do the quality control of the extract. Therefore, we use the HPLC to control the chemical, the quality of our extract from the HPLC chromatogram. Show that this extract composed of quercetin, turmeric acid, vanillin acid, and vanillin, and also of course we have to control this major compound of this extract, HSF, hydroxy sulfur yellow A. We use the HPLC to control the quality. Moreover, we concern about the stability of the extract. We also do the stability test. As you see here, we keep the extract in different conditions, -20 degrees Celsius, 4 degrees Celsius room temperature, or a high temperature in 45 degrees Celsius. And we found that it decreased. Mostly it's safe if we keep the extract in the cold place, in the cold condition, because in room temperature and 45 degrees Celsius it's not stable. It's not stable. Therefore, it's very important for we further develop the product. We have to find the way to save, to pretend the stability of the extract. Moreover, in my study, I focus on the permeability of the extract. So we use the side-by-side diffusion cell, as you see here. The results show that the extract show the high skin permeability in both of the vehicle. We use two vehicles of PG and water, and ethanol and water. As you see here, the permeation rate per area in this slide, and it quite show the permeability, high skin permeability of this extract. And therefore, from all over the rule of CTE, the rule of this extract, it can stimulate the VEGF. As we know that VEGF restore the oxygen supply to tissue and can stimulate, upregulate the KGF. That we know that KGF stimulate the hair fiber elongation and melanogenesis. It can stimulate the melanogenesis by support the expression of tyrosinase-related protein 1, tyrosinase-related protein 2, and also it inhibits the fat reductase and TGF beta 1, which is supports the re-entry from telogen to anagen. This is the result that we get. In conclusion, CTE, this plant extract, could promote the growth of hair both in vitro and in vivo. CTE is quite stable in cold place, and CTE is safe. Hydroxy safflower yellow A is a major compound of CTE. It could be used for controlling the quality of CTE, and CTE could permeate into the skin. Therefore, we choose this plant. CTE may be a potential ingredient to incorporate in hair growth promoting products. From the research, of course, we are the scientists. After we got the result from our research, we publish publication, and then ask for patent or petty patent, and then marketing, launch to the marketing. This is the Catamas tinctorius forest extract product that already launched into the market. And also, for the statistic of the global hair preparation market, the natural products for hair loss is still in great demand in the market because the rising level of the air pollution in this day, and also hair care products manufacturing companies are focused on the development of natural ingredient products due to rising concern of allergics reaction, hair and scalp problem by using synthetic ingredients. Therefore, the natural product is the good choice for the consumer. Before I finish my talk, I would like to thank you, Faculty of Thai Traditional and Alternative Medicine, Rajasthani University, Center for Research and Development of Herbal Health Products, and Pharmaceutical Science Faculty, Khon University, for financial support and facility support of my research. This is all of my talk today. Thank you very much for your attention. And if you have a question or suggestion, are welcome. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Jintana. I think it was a beautiful talk. In my opinion, I think I need your product because my hair looks like this, so probably I need this product. Okay, maybe from the participant, any question or remark or comment, please raise your hand or write in the chat box, probably from the committee. If you have any question, please raise your hand. Okay, Ibu Dani.
Thank you, Mr. Abdul Hafi. Good morning, Ms. Jintana.
Morning.
Okay, it is an interesting presentation, yeah, and interesting research, actually. I would like to ask you, in your opinion, which is the main compound of the CTA that have a responsibility or highest efficacy to solve the hair loss? Because I lack of the concentration. If you have tell us the main compound that have the responsibility to this effect. Thank you.
Your question is what the effective compound in Catamas tinctorius, right?
Yes.
Actually, the major compound is safflower yellow A that I mentioned in my talk, but we didn't use only safflower yellow A. We use a crude extract, and I didn't study yet about the which compound that specific that actually work, because I didn't use a pure compound. I used the crude extract, and many extract. Many compounds in the crude extract. Therefore, I don't know yet about the real, the exact of the compound that work.
Oh, thank you. Also, in your opinion, you have no idea which compound have a highest efficacy to this effect, yeah?
But of course, when we look from the HPLC profile, hydroxy safflower yellow A is a major. Maybe it's play a very important role in this activity, anti-hair loss activity. But I didn't prove it yet. Therefore, I cannot answer like 100% that this is the safflower yellow A.
Okay, thank you. May I ask you next question?
Yes, please.
Okay. In your opinion, the CTA could be proper for which product? Which form of product? Is the serum or shampoo or some or so or the else?
Yes, of course. you mean is can put in the product like a serum or shampoo or
or tonic or something else?
Yes, actually in this product, but actually in this product is not only CTE. Is there's have another extract in this. Is already was put in the serum. This kind of product is serum, and this is spray products for hair loss. The company recommend to use both of these serum first, and then after use the spray. And also shampoo, I think you can put it.
Okay,
but don't forget that CTA extract, the main component, safflower yellow A, is not stable. You have to find a way to like protect it. Yeah, this is the main part of product development.
Thank you for your answer, Miss.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Any other question or comment from the audience or participants? Please raise your hand or write in the chat box. If not, maybe I have one short question. Okay. In your presentation, if I well understood, you mentioned that one of another treatment of this hair loss with using the antimicrobial sample, if I'm right. Yes. So as I know, there are several types of the antimicrobial from the conventional antimicrobial like ketoconazole, something like that. And then in recent years, we found that there are another treatment of antimicrobial sample with the nanoparticle, some like with the silver probably, or something like that. How, in your opinion, how it's the effectivity and the efficiency of it by using the natural product, like your presentation for the hair loss, the treatment by using the natural product hair loss, compare with the conventional like antimicrobial sample. Is there another a similar mechanism or a different mechanism to suppress the, I mean to grow up the hair, or how you compare the effectivity of this different kind of the treatment?
Your question is antimicrobial, about antimicrobial product.
Yes.
And you asked that is it work for anti-hair loss or not, right?
Yeah.
In my opinion, I think we cannot answer that antimicrobial product will work for anti-hair loss 100%. No, because it depends on the cause of hair loss. As I present, there are many causes of hair loss. Okay, if your root cause of your hair loss come from the microbial in your skin, in your scalp, maybe this product will work. But if from another factor such as hormone, androgenetics, alopecia as the most in male, maybe this product cannot work, or it maybe work for conventional product. If you test it first, it maybe have some molecule in that plant that also have anti-hair loss and also have antimicrobial activity also. Okay, like this.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, any other question from the audience or participant before we close this session? Okay, I think that's enough. Oh, okay, another one. Sorry, it's from the Dr. Begum Fauzia.
Thank you, Mr. Wafi. Good morning, Miss Shintana.
Good morning.
Okay. Can you share to us about your experience to prepare this research? I mean, from the laboratory to the market product. For example, maybe the invitation and then the times, how long you prepare this, and then can you share to us what is the institution, another your university that support this research maybe until you can get for market product. And then as long as I know, at Thailand, actually there is special regulation for traditional product. As long as I know, can you explain about that? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for your question. Actually, from the research to the market product, it take times. It's quite take times. For the product that I show about anti-hair loss, it for the experiment 1 or 2 years. After that, for the marketing process, it is not too long. Such one years maybe can launch to the market. And our FDA, Food and Drug Administration of Thailand, I mean the regulation about the natural product. In Thailand, they support this kind of product. When we if we claim our product as a cosmetics, not drug, very easy to like register for the cosmetics product. And mostly cosmetic product, we have a lot of natural plants. When we apply in website of FDA, we can find many plants, very long, many plants. Okay. I could say that in Thailand they support a lot. They quite support on the research and the like the marketing of the natural product. And in my university also, if we like offer them much more about the reason why we use why we have to do this experiment, why we have to do this research. We have to like show them the possibility of marketing. The marketing, such as in hair loss marketing, is still high. It's still quite high. Therefore, in my research, got some grant support from the government. I'm trying to explain that the research we will do, we have to select the topic that are related to the market, the market need. Before we further our research, we have to choose from the market need first. If we finish our research and product launch on the market, but it cannot sell, therefore it's nothing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. The next one from Ms. Mayu.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. Good morning, Mr. and Mrs. Chintana. Yes, I'm Mayu from Win Malang. I have a question for you. Last year, I and my student have a research with a subtopic with you, but we use chia seed oil for the natural product that we formulate in the hair emulsion to stimulate hair. My question is, why why the treatment in vivo evaluation for 15 days in your research? Because in my research the treatment we are used in 1 month, and then in your study in the in vivo test you use the black mice in vivo test. I want to ask what the advantage of black mice in your research, and if we use the rabbit in this study, how about this? What can we use the rabbit in this research to evaluate the effect of the hair emotion in vivo test? Maybe these my questions.
Thank you very much. And may I ask, in your formulation, you already test on rats or mice?
No, we use rabbit for in vivo test.
Oh, rabbit.
Yes.
Okay. I think rabbit also can test. Can test also, but in my opinion, I think rabbit is quite a big, quite bigger than mice. You see, because we have to use the replication, you know, n more than 10 or more than 20 mice. If we test it in rabbit, maybe okay, we have to use 30 rabbit is quite a big portion, I think. But your question can do it in rabbit, I think it can. But why I choose C 57BL/6 mice? Because this strain of mice very unique and very suitable for anti-hair loss study. You know, when we shape the back of its skin, shape food is will like a telogen phase, all of will be in telogen phase, you know, and the melanogenesis of this kind of mice will produce in hair follicle only, not the other parts of the skin, will produce in hair follicle only. Therefore, we can observe from their dorsal skin. If that darken, that means the hair like growing. This is very suitable mice for this kind of mice for anti-hair loss. But apart from this strain of mice, I have done in rat, you know, bigger than mice. Vista rat, white hair. It's already worked. It's already showed the anti-hair loss activity in our extract. Therefore, I think in your experiment in rabbits also work because it's the same skin, the same hair color. I think it's work. But if you may have to like a big portion of your animal, and hope you get the result, the good result from your experiment.
Yes.
Is it good?
Yes.
Okay.
And then the length of treatment that you use in 15 days. Is there any correlation with hair growth cycle? So you use the treatment is 15 days maybe?
15 days because I use 15 days. Actually 15 and 20. I used to test for 20 days. It's over, you know, it's overrate. The cycle, the hair cycle of this mice around 15 or 20 days. Therefore, I choose 15 days. It depends on the hair growth cycle of the animals.
Okay. Maybe the last question I will want to ask, very interest for your research. I want to ask about the formulation that you do. in your research, you use the CTA for the APA in your formulation, and then the dosage form that you use and you choose to formulate the CTA, what the dosage form to make this formulate is comfortable and then not greasy when the dosage form used into the human. Maybe this my question.
You mean in the finished product, how many percent, how to calculate, right? How to choose the concentration of CTE, right?
Yes, sorry. I want to know the dosage form that you choose. Maybe it's in the emulsion or in suspension, like that.
Your question is about the dosage form.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Because of the CTE, very good soluble in water, because we extract from 50% ethanol. Therefore, our dosage form we can use in non polarity solvent, serum also use, and spray also use. Yes.
Yes. It's the advantage from your extract, because it's not difficult to formulate the CTA into the dosage form.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Cintana, for your interest topic of the research.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Mayu. Okay, in the chat box, there is a question. I will read this from the Diniati. How to standardize the end product to be a commercial product? I mean, from the research, how to standardize until become the commercial product.
Pardon? Again, please.
Sorry. Yeah. How to standardize the product, your product? I mean, to available for the market. I mean, for the standardization after your research probably, and then you already formulate and then standardize, and then how to standardize this your research product to become the commercial market like this product. I think probably the standardization process.
You asked about the standardization process. Actually, our standardized we control the extract that we put in the product. Have the phytochemical constituent. Yes, we use some techniques such as HPLC or spectrophotometers to control the standards, the our extract before we put in the products.
Yeah, probably the question is after you get the best formulation of the product, how the process to be this product will be available for the market. I mean, probably the regulation, I think. I mean, to standardize, I mean, there is another standardization process from the regulation, from the Thailand government, probably to be, it's allowed, it's, I mean, allow it to spread to the markets.
As the question, you mean the regulation?
Yes.
The regulation of yes, that I have mentioned before. Maybe the first question about the regulation of Thailand, they quite accept the natural product.
Yes.
Very easy to apply our product and then launch to the market. And firstly, we have to prove that that natural product is safe, very safe to the consumer. Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Maybe we have another question from Mr. Imam Jai, please.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Abdul. Give me some time to ask Mr. I'm sorry, ask Miss Jintana. Miss
Yes.
Jintana, no Mister.
Yes.
Sorry. Sorry, Miss.
Yes,
Okay.
okay. You're welcome.
Yes, formerly my name is Imam Jai. I'm from Manado, North Celebes. Yes, North Celebes. And from Planar, I have my friend is Miss Mayu Ramayanti. That is my friend from my college when I get bachelor study. Okay. Okay, I want to ask about Miss Jintana about higher growth promoting effect. This is your product, yes, Miss. Higher car product. This is your product. Their Paris.
Actually, I sell the petty patent to the private company. Yes.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
If you get the licensee, yeah, if you get the licensee, do you any idea to promoting or sell in Indonesia country? If your product is good in your country and then you an idea to sell Indonesia, okay. How can you explain if you cannot sell in Indonesia about your product? Thank you. Go back to Mr. Abdul.
You mean my this product, the beverage, can sell in Indonesia or not, right?
Yeah, probably in your opinion, do you have like a plan to export this product to another country, to Indonesia probably, or something like that?
Actually, this is not actually my product. I already sold my patent when I finished my research, and I asked for the petty patent, and I sell the patent to the private company. I think they prepare in like sale in another country. Right now, I'm not sure. Maybe in Cambodia and in Malaysia, maybe. And before we sell our products to another country, we have to do like ask some permit from the government first. Yeah, is the regulation.
Okay, thank you. Any other question, probably? Okay, if not, I think it's enough for the second speaker. Thank you very much once again, Dr. Gintana. It was a fascinating talk and discussion also. So it's really in our life about this natural product, and then now become increasing this our demanding of this natural product in many treatment, I think. So once again, thank you very much. I close this session. And thank you. And the next one, I will return back to the Master of Ceremony. He will have some information. Please, Ibu Fatia. So we have about 10 minutes for the coffee break before the next session. So please enjoy your coffee break.
ITS Science Indonesia merupakan salah satu divisi bisnis dari ITS Group yang berkantor utama di Singapura. Mewakili berbagai produsen dari Eropa, Amerika Serikat, dan Asia, ITS Science Indonesia menawarkan berbagai macam instrumen analitik dan medis dengan teknologi terkini, peralatan laboratorium umum, bahan kimia, dan bahan habis pakai lainnya. Selama lebih dari 40 tahun, ITS Group bergerak maju dengan visi memberikan pengaruh di dalam industri yang kami jalani. Dan terus didorong dengan misi untuk selalu memberikan yang terbaik. Kultur perusahaan kami pun unik untuk selalu mengedepankan profesionalisme, partnership, dan performance. ITS Group tersebar di berbagai negara Asia Tenggara, yaitu Malaysia, Singapura, Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, Filipina, dan Myanmar. ITS Science Indonesia memiliki 2 kantor yang berlokasi di Kelapa Gading, Jakarta Utara, dan Sukomanunggal, Surabaya. Di dalam kantor kami, terdapat fasilitas yang dapat menunjang kinerja kami. Salah satunya, ruang pelatihan dan laboratorium demo. Selama beberapa tahun ini, kami juga mengadakan seminar dan pelatihan untuk internal maupun eksternal. Kami juga tak lupa untuk selalu aktif berpartisipasi dalam berbagai pameran. Berikut portfolio produk yang kami representasikan di Indonesia. Produk-produk yang kami representasikan merupakan produk-produk unggulan di bidangnya. Selain itu, kami juga bangga bekerja sama dengan berbagai pihak, mulai dari lembaga pemerintah, industri, hingga universitas. Bila Anda memerlukan bantuan untuk laboratorium Anda, hubungi kami. ITS Science Indonesia, Bridging Science, Inspiring Possibilities.
Thank you to all the speakers, moderator, and participants. And I would like to say thank you to PT Dharma Karya Makmur Sentosa, PT Genecraft Labs, PT Wiralab Analytica Solusindo, ITS Science, and Sivi Nura Gemilang for supporting this event. Thank you. Before we continue to the next session, we have several announcements. Attendance form link will be sent in the end of the last session. And don't forget to fill attendance form because we will send the certificate by registered mail. Thank you. Okay, we will continue to the next session. The second session is chaired by Mr. Apotheker Ali Firman Firdausi, Master of Biomedical Sciences, a lecturer from Department of Pharmacy, Faculty of Medicine and Health Science, UIN Maulana Malik Ibrahim Malang. And here is the curriculum vitae with the last education is Master of Biomedical Sciences from Brawijaya University, Indonesia. Okay, I would like to invite the moderator, Mr. Ali Firman Firdausi. The time is yours. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mrs. Fatia. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. Before we go ahead to the third session of the seminar, so please let me introduce you to our speaker. Please welcome Dr. Begum Fauzia. Good morning, Mrs. Begum.
Good morning.
How do you do?
I'm fine, thank you.
Okay, Mrs. Begum is a staff of the Department of Pharmacy, Faculty of Medicine and Health Science, UIN Maulana Malik Ibrahim Malang. She has expertise in halal product development and halal analysis. She is also a former of the first head of the Department of Pharmacy in UIN Maulana Malik Ibrahim Malang, and in the present, she is the head of Islamic and Science Study Center, head of Halal and Tayyib Center of UIN Maulana Malik Ibrahim Malang, and also a national trainer for the Halal Product Guarantee of Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, before the presentation begins, please allow me to inform you how the session will be going on. Firstly, the speaker will present her topics on 30 minutes, then followed by a discussion in 15 minutes later. During the presentation, don't forget to turn off your microphones. You can also write the questions on the comment box or use the raise hand feature on your application. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mrs. Begum Fauzia. The time is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Can I share by myself my presentation?
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, I would like to say thank you very much to the committee of second planar for the great opportunity for me to share and discuss our research. And then let me start by saying a few words about my own background. My name is Begum Fauzia. I am a lecturer at Pharmacy Department, Faculty of Medicine and Health Science, UIN Maulana Malik Ibrahim Malang. This morning, I'm going to take a look at the development research in cellulose and its derivatives. In my presentation, I'll focus on three major issues. There are about sources, types, and uses of cellulose and its derivatives in pharmacy. Actually, the use of cellulose and cellulose derivatives is not new in the pharmaceutical field. but the main development lies in the discovery of source of cellulose and its derivatives, also methods of isolation or synthesis and their application in various fields, including in pharmacy or medicine. As we know, cellulose is a biopolymer that is abundant in nature and is a renewable biomaterial that can be processed into various environmentally friendly polymer products. Cellulose is a straight chain polymer of 1.4D glucose. Therefore, cellulose can be hydrolyzed by the enzyme solubase, yielding to glucose molecules from the end of the chain. Cellulose is the most abundant renewable polymer resource currently available. As a chemical raw material for almost 150 years, cellulose has been used in the form of fibers or their derivative for a wide spectrum of product and materials in everyday life. Cellulose and its derivatives available in nature in the form of lignocellulose. You can see the structure of lignocellulose like this. The lignocellulose is a combined biomass of lignin, cellulose, and hemicellulose. We can see there is hydrogen bonding and ester bonding in structure of lignocellulose. So if we want to isolate or synthesis the cellulose or its derivatives, we have to focus on breaking in hydrogen bonding or ester bonding. Hydrogen bonding between hemicellulose and cellulose, and ester bonding between lignin and hemicellulose. The main material source of cellulose are natural materials that contain cellulose, such as plant cell walls, acetic acid bacteria, some animals, and then some algae, and also oomycete. Cellulose can be isolated from pineapple peel wash juice to produce bacterial cellulose, and then we can isolate cellulose from the oil palm mesocarp fiber, and then we can isolate cellulose or its derivative from potato peel waste or palm sugar fiber, sago crops, banana residues with straw, cassava pulp, and oil palm batch, and then palm fruit, and also bagasse. And my research team focus on working about isolation of cellulose from bagasse. And now we want to develop some synthesis from some of derivative of cellulose from the bagasse. As we know, bagasse has a high potency as a source of cellulose and its derivatives. We can see at this graphic, the following chart of sugarcane production from countries such as Australia, Philippines, and then India, Brazil, and also Indonesia. Overall, the increase in sugarcane productivity in ASEAN countries is also followed by sugarcane productivity in the world. From 1980 to 2013 in Asian countries is also followed by the increased productivity of sugarcane. It means the sugarcane productivity in the world has tended to increase, and since 2008, the productivity of world sugarcane has tended to be stable at 6 tons. And then the amount of sugarcane production, both at the world level or ASEAN and especially in Indonesia, represents the amount of sugar production that can be achieved at each level, as well as illustration the large amount of potential sugarcane waste or bagasse from the sugar. So it means we have probability amount of bagasse of cellulose from sugar industry. Cellulose can be produced from natural lignocellulose by several isolation methods, such as enzymatic, and then enzymatic technique, and then steam exploration, and then acid hydrolysis, and also alkaline hydrolysis. Acid and base hydrolysis is a method that can be developed for the isolation of cellulose with the addition of acid and base solvents. Acid hydrolysis requires a shorter reaction time, and then we can choose the acid hydrolysis because acid treatment is easily combined with alkaline treatment, and then the expected yield characteristics are easily conditioned through simple preparation or through simple optimization. This method is widely used in the isolation of cellulose. The properties of cellulose depend on the degree of polymerization of the glucose residue. Cellulose from wood pulp has a high degree polymerization between 300 until 1700, and then the cotton and other plant fiber or bacterial cellulose has a degree of polymerization between 800 until 10,000 molecules. It means molecules with a low degree polymerization can be obtained by acid hydrolysis treatment for cellulose isolation. Because bagasse is a byproduct of the sugarcane juice extraction from one sugar industry or one sugar factory, we can estimate that we will get bagasse for about 35 until 40% of the weight of mill sugarcane. So bagasse is a fibrous residue from sugarcane that has gone through a juice extraction process, and then bagasse is a waste obtained from the sugarcane processing industry into a sugar and alcohol. Bagasse contain between 40 until 50% cellulose. So therefore bagasse has the potential to be used as a source of cellulose and also its derivative or derivative of cellulose. In this research, we have idea to find optimum method to isolate the cellulose from Saccharum officinarum L bagasse or sugarcane bagasse. So we study the effect of acid variation on physical and chemical characteristic of the cellulose that isolate from Saccharum officinarum L bagasse. From this research, we use the acid hydrolysis variation, and we use alkali to break the lignin cellulose. And this is the mechanism of cellulose lignin bond breaking. In this structure, in this mechanism, you can see the bonding breaking between lignin and cellulose, and then we continue with the next step. And then we break the bonding between hemicellulose and lignin, so we can get the cellulose from the lignocellulose. In our research, we combine several acid variation. This is the variation that we use. There is sulfuric acid, and then chloride acid, and then nitric acid, or combination between each of acid. In this research, we found that only nitric acid solvent that can produce cellulose with good color. I mean good form and good color, such as the commercial cellulose. We get powder cellulose and white cellulose. But with another solvent, we just get fiber form and peach color for the isolated product. These are the photos of the cellulose that we get from each solvent. So we can see that only cellulose that only we use by nitric acid solvent can compare with the commercial cellulose. And the next step is we try to analyze about the powder properties of the cellulose that we get, and then we try to compare the biggest cellulose with the standard cellulose from Japan Pharmacopoeia. And then we found that our cellulose has a good powder properties, and then excellent for flowability. And then the pharmacopoeial specification what's that? And the comparison of pharmacopoeial specification between PG cellulose and standard is not different. But we still have a problem with ash content from our cellulose. Actually, we have to get 0.3% of ash content according to cellulose Japan Pharmacopoeia, but our BK cellulose has 0.6% for ash content, and we still continue to develop this research to get the good BK cellulose. And then the second issue is about types and uses in pharmacy from cellulose and its derivative. The first type that we will continue to discuss is cellulose, and also microcrystalline cellulose. Yeah. As we know, cellulose in medicine, usually used as powder cellulose. So there are several size of cellulose that we found at commercial cellulose. So we can say there are microcrystalline cellulose, or we say microcellulose, and then the second nano cellulose. Powder cellulose and microcrystalline cellulose come from alpha cellulose pulp from fibrous plant materials. They differ in regard to their manufacturing process. Powder cellulose is obtained by alpha cellulose purification and mechanical size reduction. And then crystalline cellulose is obtained by controlled hydrolysis of alpha cellulose with mineral acid solution and followed by hydrocellulose purification by filtration and spray drying of the aqueous portion. The application of the powder cellulose and the microcrystalline cellulose is compounding pharmacies, include the oral solid dosage form or such as capsule as a bulking agent, and then the powder cellulose is a base material for powder dosage forms, a suspending agent for aqueous peroral delivery, and adsorbent and thickening agent for topic preparation. Moreover, the microcrystalline cellulose is a constituent of the vehicle used for oral suspension. And then the second is nanocellulose. Cellulose in the nanometer scale or nanocellulose has a size range between 10 nanometer until 350 nanometer. Nanocellulose has a larger surface area than cellulose. So nanocellulose can be an alternative solution to make cellulose more easily modified and dissolved in water. One of the main things governing the use of cellulose nanocrystalline in the possibility of exploiting the viscosity or stiffness and strength of cellulose crystal. Generally, the mechanical properties of nanocellulose are characterized in the crystalline region and the amorph region of the nanoparticle. The cellulose chain in the amorph area contribute to the plastic properties and the flexibility of the material, while the crystalline area contribute to the viscosity and elasticity of the material. So if we want to synthesis nanocellulose, we have to focus to the amorphous area and the crystalline area for breaking process. In this research, we try to synthesis nanocellulose from Saccharum officinarum L. We do the optimization and characterization. From this process, we found that hydrolysis of Saccharum officinarum L cellulose. So we hydrolyze from cellulose, yeah. And then we found that different concentration results different of nanocellulose in from hydrolysis reaction. So the optimum concentration that we get is 15% for acid hydrolysis. And the nanocellulose size that we get for 15 concentration is 169.9 nanometer. And the next type of cellulose and its derivatives is methyl cellulose. Yeah, methyl cellulose, also called MC. In the cellulose ether derivative, so methyl cellulose is one of ether derivative from cellulose. Approximately, methyl cellulose has 27 until 32% of hydroxyl groups. And then methyl cellulose is practically insoluble in most organic solvent. In compound medicine, methyl cellulose function as emulsifying agent, suspending agent, capsule disintegrant, and viscosity increasing agent. And in compounding pharmacies, methyl cellulose has a different viscosity grade, low and high, have been applied in oral liquid, topical formulation respectively. So MC or methyl cellulose delay the settling of suspension and increases the contact time of drug. The next is ethyl cellulose. Ethyl cellulose is also ether derivative from cellulose. Ethyl cellulose partially or completely ethoxylated, yielding 44% until 51% of ethoxyl group in the long chain polymer. And it compound in the compound medicine, ethyl cellulose function as flavoring and a viscosity increasing agent. In compounding pharmacies, ethyl cellulose find application in oral and topical formulation, and for oral use, it works as an active delivering agent, and for topical dosage form as a thickening agent. It has been evaluated as a stabilizer for emulsion. The next ether derivative of cellulose is hydroxyethyl cellulose or HEC. This cellulose derivative is partially hydroxyethyl ether of cellulose. It found in various viscosity grade, and with respect to the DS and molecular weight. Some grades are modified so as to improve aqueous dispersion. Hydroxyethyl cellulose insoluble in most organic solvent. In compound medicine, has the following function: a suspending, a thickening, and viscosity increasing agent. And it's widely employed in topical formulation and cosmetic due to its non-ionic and water-soluble polymer characteristic. And the main use of HEC is a thickening agent. And the next is HPG. The cellulose ether derivative is partially hydroxypropylate. So he has a hydroxypropyl group. Because of the adit of hydroxypropyl contain a hydroxyl group, which can also be esterified during the preparation, the degree of substitution of hydroxypropyl cellulose can be higher than 3. HPC is found in different grade that provide solution with various viscosities. In compound medicine, HPC is used as emulsifying, stabilizing, suspending, thickening. And in compounding pharmacies, HPC is also employed in topical formulation and especially in cosmetic as an emulsifier and stabilizer. The next is hydroxypropyl methyl cellulose or HPMC. HPMC in compounding pharmacies has found application for nasal or liquid and topical as a thickening, suspending, and emulsifying and stabilizing agent. And the next is carboxymethyl cellulose or CMC. It's available calcium and sodium salt from a polycarboxymethyl. And CMCNA act capsule disintegrant and stabilizing, a suspending and emulsifying, and a viscosity increasing agent in compound medicine. In compounding pharmacies, CMCNA has application in oral and topical, and primarily for its viscosity increasing properties. Viscose aqueous solutions are used to suspend powders intended for either topical or oral use. And in emulsion, CMC may be used as stabilizer. At a high concentration, CMC of intermediate viscosity grade foam gels that are employed as a base for cosmetic or other drug formulation. And the last is cellulose acetate. This cellulose is ester derivative, not ether derivative from cellulose, but ester derivative from cellulose. The cellulose ester derivative has partially or completely acetylated hydroxyl group, and it's available in wide range of acetyl level between 29 until 44%, and chain length with molecular weight ranging from 30,000 until 60,000. And this derivative is used a capsule diluent, a filler, and a taste-making agent in compound medicine. So there are a lot of derivative variation of cellulose. It means we can develop the research from natural source such as bagasse to found the next alternative search for cellulose. So it means that sugarcane bagasse or bagasse actually has a big potential to be a source of cellulose and derivative of cellulose, and we can develop our research to continue focus to the development of pharmaceutical materials from the bagasse. So from this presentation, I will conclude cellulose and its derivatives are very important excipient in compound medicine, and this aspect is even more relevant when this product requires specific pharmaceutical features. It points towards the need for more research into ways to properly disseminate the appropriate use of cellulose derivative in compounding pharmacies. A greater attention should be paid to this field because compounding is a growing practice in many countries as a result of pharmaceutical care. And the second, bagasse is a low economic value waste that can be used as a potential source of cellulose and its derivative. So research related to the development of cellulose derivative from bagasse and its use in pharmaceutical is very wide open. That's all from me. I said Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for the time.
Well, thank you very much, Mrs. Begum Fauzia. Actually, it is really opened our eyes about the importance of cellulose in the field of pharmaceutical formulation and development of the drug. One interesting point I'd like to underline that a production of the cellulose and its derivatives from waste product of such sugarcane, called bagasse, exhibited good in properties and could be promising for promoted to be industrialized. Besides of that, cellulose and its derivatives such as methyl cellulose, ethyl cellulose, hydroxyethyl cellulose, and CMC were widely used in the field of drug formulations. Ladies and gentlemen, now come to the questions and answer session. There are okay. There is a question from chat box. I'll read for you, Mrs. Pikum. This is coming from Bayu Firdaus. Good morning, Dr. Begum. I am Bayu from UIN Malang. He is interested in the research of the cellulose, especially nanocellulose. Considering that the sources that can be utilized are very large and the prospects for the development are very broad to be used as a pharmaceutical products. He want to ask that how to isolate nanocellulose on the laboratory scale, if especially nanocellulose from natural ingredients like what is it, zeamides and etc. Can he do that on the laboratory scale? Then what are the important things that need to be considered in for isolating cellulose like that, Mrs. Peko?
Okay, thank you. Bayu from UIN Malang. Actually, we can synthesis nanocellulose from other natural ingredients. So if you choose the other natural ingredients, maybe it's a waste or not. So we have to control the factor of the synthesis, such as the method of synthesis, and then the solvent that we use to synthesis, and then the temperature and time of the hydrolysis process from cellulose to nanocellulose. And if you using the centrifuge, we have to optimize the rapid for the centrifuge. That's all from me.
Okay, so many aspects, yeah, Dr. Pekum.
Yeah.
Aspects to have a proper way to isolating the cellulose or preparing, or also the instrument. Okay, is there any question? Okay, maybe from me, Dr. Begum. So I'm very interested with your idea how to use bagasse, yeah, from like waste product, yeah, of the sugarcane as the main sources of the cellulose and its derivatives. So what's actually the most raw material used in the production of cellulose nowadays in industrial?
Yeah, a lot of materials developed for the isolation, cellulose isolation or synthesis of derivative.
Commercially, maybe the most.
Pardon?
Commercially, the most.
Commercially, yeah. Bacterial cellulose.
Oh, bacterial cellulose.
Yeah. For the factory, for the industry, usually choose to develop bacterial cellulose because the homogeneity of the size of product, I mean, maybe it's microcrystalline or nanocellulose, can be controlled. Yeah. But for the researcher or maybe a lecturer or maybe a student, the cost of the process more what's that? Yeah, more expensive. So usually we use a hydrolysis process because it's low budget for the process for isolation and synthesis.
Yeah, and I see, and also using biosynthesis, yeah, like
yes,
that.
two step from the natural product.
2 steps from the natural.
Yeah, for the first step is isolation and the second step is synthesis. But actually, when we want to develop the alternative search for cellulose and nanocellulose, or maybe microcrystalline cellulose and other derivative, I think we have to see that the natural search is a waste or not, because if it's not a waste, I think what's that? Not worth it to make it to be searched of cellulose and derivative of cellulose. Because of that, I choose the waste.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much, Mrs. Begum. There is a question from the Zoom. Please welcome Mr. Abdul Wafi, the head of the seminar.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you for Dr. Begum. I'm enjoying your talk. It was a beautiful presentation, and I'm just curious about you isolate the cellulose from bagasse or from natural resource. And then I'm just curious about how it's the characteristic of the product after isolation. I mean, compare with the commercial one. So is it promising to develop in the pilot scale or in the large scale in terms of the characteristic of the product? And then the second one is, what is the most challenging based on your experience for isolation of this product? I mean, what is the most challenging from the preparation or from the another one, probably? Thank you.
Okay. I try to compare between bagasse cellulose and commercial cellulose. I found that the color and the identification result also positive and same between bagasse cellulose and commercial cellulose. And then I try to analyze microbial limits of my bagasse cellulose, and also metal content from our bagasse cellulose. And we found that it's under the limit that can permit for the cellulose standard. But only one problem that we have is about ash content. Why the ash content between bagasse cellulose and the commercial cellulose is so different? Because the source of the cellulose that we use is different. We use the sugarcane bagasse, and the commercial cellulose usually use plant. So maybe it's the real factor that influence our ash content. And the metal content, heavy metal content that we analyze in our bagasse cellulose are also under the limit that permit for the cellulose standard. We analyze for PB, CR, and CD for the metal. And the other properties is solubility. We try to analyze the solubility of bagasse cellulose in water, ethanol, and ether, and give the same result with the standard. And the next question is about the
most challenging during your
most challenging?
research of this
I
topic?
think how can we get the high amount of cellulose from the process isolation? Because if we try with different condition, we'll give the different percentage of cellulose that we get. So we have to control the factor that influence the process of isolation, like that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Abdul Wafi, and also our speaker, Mrs. Bikum Fauziah. And unfortunately, that was the last question of the session. And the last but not least, I would say thank you very much to our incredible speaker, Mrs. Bikum Fauziah. Such a good vibe, such an incredible insight that we got from her. And I also thank to all the participants, all the questions, and all the active participation. We hope you to stay because we still have more interesting topic with special international speaker after this. So one more thing, Mr. Speakum, have a nice day. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. We will be back. Yeah.
CAMAG is the world leader in planar chromatography and provides instruments, software and consumables for all steps of the TLC HPTLC procedure. The automatic TLC sampler ATS4 allows for fully automatic sample application and is suitable for high sample throughput in routine work. The instrument is software controlled and enables precise and reliable application of samples. The dialog box for instrument parameters offers user-friendly default settings. However, if you need to change predefined parameters, for example for quantitative analysis or for application of an aqueous solution, you can do this by just a few clicks. When working with default settings, it is only necessary to fill out the sequence table. The sequence table contains all the information which is needed to automatically run a series of samples. With its guided approach, the VisionCat's HPTLC software effectively leads you through the entire chromatographic process, step by step. Position the TLC HPTLC plate on the self-adjusting object support. After having loaded the ATS4, you can start the fully automatic sample application. VisionCat displays the current status of the sample application and the expected end time. An application sequence starts by rinsing the syringe. Next, the septum is punched and the needle lowered into the sample vial, thus allowing the syringe to be filled with the sample solution. The septum punch is retracted prior to the needle being removed to ensure the outside of the needle is wiped off by the tightly closing septum. The syringe moves to the programmed position of the plate and starts applying the desired sample volume. Several applications of the same sample are applied in sequence. Samples are applied as bands by default. Spots and rectangles can be applied as well. After the final application of the sample, the syringe is emptied into the waste and rinsed again, ready for the next application sequence. Once all samples are applied successfully, just open the cover and remove the applied HPTLC plate for chromatogram development, the next step of the HPTLC process. CAMAG is the world leader in planar chromatography and provides instruments, software and consumables for all steps of the TLC HPTLC procedure. Chromatogram development is the heart of the HPTLC process. In the CAMAG Automatic Development Chamber ADC2, this step is fully automated and reproducible, independent of environmental effects. The activation of the plate, preconditioning, chamber saturation, developing distance, and final drying can be preset and monitored using the VisionCat's HPTLC software. With its guided approach, VisionCat effectively leads you through the entire chromatographic process, step by step. The ADC2 will automatically develop the plate, leaving the analyst free to do other work. The ADC2 provides development under controlled conditions. Open the front door, load the applied plate in the plate holder and insert the plate into the automatic developing chamber. Pour in 10 milliliters of the developing solvent for plate development and 25 milliliters of developing solvent for chamber saturation into the solvent ports. The entire process is monitored. The plate is developed in a saturated chamber if using the default settings. The automatic developing chamber ADC2 and the optional humidity control create standardized conditions, obtaining reproducible results from plate to plate. Perform chromatography under different climatic conditions and compare chromatograms created in different labs of results obtained from different batches. Chromatography is started by lowering the plate into the developing solvent. During chromatography, the position of the solvent front is monitored. At the end, the developed plate is homogeneously dried in an airstream. All parameters are recorded in compliance with CGMP/CGLP as part of the analysis. After successful chromatogram development, just open the front door of the ADC2 and remove the developed plate for the next step of the HPTLC process.
Okay, welcome back again. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to thank to our sponsorship of the seminar and conference, the Ginecraft, Dharma Karya, ITS, and also Nura Gemilang. Okay, now we come to the fourth session, in which the last session of the seminar. But before we begin, I would like to remind you that this session will be held in two parts, which are presentation and discussion. During the presentation, don't forget to turn off your microphones, and for all the participants that want to ask about the topic, please write your question in the chat box below, or you can use the raise hand feature if you want to ask directly to the speaker in the session of discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce you our fourth speaker. He is Dr. Muhammad Abdul Hasib Al-Mahdi, PhD from Damanhur University, Egypt. Assalamualaikum, Doctor.
Alaikum assalam wa barakatuh.
Okay, thank you very much. Dr. Muhammad have the expertise in the field of pharmacology and toxicology. He also experienced working as a lecturer and also researcher in the Sina University and Damanhur University. There are a lot of scientific research and scientific publications published by him. Most of them were talking about pharmacology, toxicology, and also cancer. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, without wasting any time, please welcome Dr. Muhammad Abdul Hasib Al-Mahdi to deliver this presentation. Dr. Muhammad, the screen is yours.
Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good morning, everybody. Firstly, I would like to introduce many thanks to the conference committee to be with you today, and I am very happy to share this amazing conference with you. Firstly, I will share my screen. I think. Today, I would like to talk about natural products and breast cancer, a promising alternative medicine. This topic concerning with some examples of the already herbal drugs used in our lab to be studied in the breast cancer, and this point is very amazing point, as this point considered the era of research today concerning the natural products and the active ingredients from the natural products in the treatment of different diseases, such as the cancer and other diseases. Firstly, we will talk about cancer, as the cancer is the loss of the normal cell cycle, resulting in unregulated cell growth and lack of differentiation, characterized by malignant growth, and this considered as the foremost causes of mortality worldwide, and especially breast cancer considered as
Doctor.
This.
Pardon?
Yes.
Could you please showing your slide?
Sorry.
Fully.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Okay.
Now the slides will move with us. I think we can use the normal mode.
Okay.
As I said, the cancer is the loss of the normal cell cycle, resulting in unregulated cell growth and the lack of differentiation. and considered the foremost cause of mortality worldwide. Especially in women, the breast cancer is the second leading cause of the death, and this confirmed by the GlobeScan 2018 that considered the breast cancer increasing from 2 million patients in 2018 to more than 3 million or more than 3 million patients in 2046, showing an increase with 46% increase in the incidence of the cancer or the breast cancer. The breast cancer considered as the second leading cause of mortality in female, especially female, as we know, breast cancer affecting the female and the male, but the percentage in the female is higher than the male. Breast cancer can be controlled with different drugs or with different strategies. But we must know the risk factors that increase the breast cancer, including lifestyle changes, hormonal changes, different hormonal changes, either estrogen or other hormonal changes, reproductive factors, family history, or aging. All these factors or all these risk factors can be increase the incidence of breast cancer. Breast cancer can be screened and diagnosed with different strategies today, including mammograph or MRI. These tools can be used to screen the breast cancer with the physical examination with the physician, and then we use different chemopreventive agents, including selective estrogen receptor modulators like tamoxifen or laloxifen, including aromatase inhibitors drugs, including the biological agents, Herceptin or trastuzumab or pertuzumab, and recently the PD-L1 inhibitors or PD-1, and this is the era of the immunotherapy and the control of the different types of cancer, including breast cancer. As we know, different chemotherapeutic drugs used in the breast cancer and other cancers, like antimetabolites as the 5-fluorouracil, cornerstone in the treatment of different cancers, diseases, alkylating agents, platinum compounds, cisplatin or carboplatin or other platinum compounds, and mitotic spindle inhibitors or spindle inhibitors, the like taxols and different natural drugs, topoisomerase inhibitors 1 and 2, different chemotherapeutic agents, and considered as the cornerstone in the treatment of many diseases or many cancer diseases, including breast cancer. As we know, the chemotherapy is remain the cornerstone in the treatment of breast cancer. The patients receive different cycles of chemotherapeutic agents. These chemotherapeutic agents are affecting both malignant and normal or natural host cells, resulting in a severe side effects, including different forms of anemia, loss of appetite, different side effects affecting the nervous system, peripheral neuropathy, some hepatotoxic compounds, nausea and vomiting, different side effects. These side effects increase with the increase of the dose of the chemotherapeutic agents, as we know. So we will need to use or to found another or adjuvant chemotherapy or adjuvant natural compound to decrease the doses of the chemotherapeutic agents and increase the efficacy to prevent the resistance that developed from different chemotherapeutic agents. From these chemotherapeutic agents that all already approved from the FDA approved in the treatment of cancerous diseases, including breast cancer, is the taxols, especially paclitaxel, which is a natural product extracted from the bark of the Pacific tree Taxus brevifolia, and this compound is already approved from the FDA approved in the treatment of breast, head, and neck cancers and ovarian cancers. These compounds acting by inhibiting the cell cycle by destabilization of the microtubules during the mitotic division and induce apoptotic and autophagy and prevent angiogenesis in the cancer. The paclitaxel or the taxol group remain causing severe side effects, which is neuropathy. And the main challenge with the paclitaxels or taxors is the resistance, and breast resistance or breast cancer resistance that developed after some cycles of the taxors. This resistance can be inhibited or can be ameliorated or decreased or overcome using another natural compounds. Another chemotherapeutic agents that can be used in the treatment of cancer is the 5-fluorouracil, which is a K anti-cancer drug. It's a very strong anti-cancer drug, broad spectrum anti-tumor activity, used in also breast cancer, colorectal cancer, lung cancer, and head and neck cancers. 5-fluorouracil is considered as anti-metabolites that inhibit thymidylate synthase and bind to DNA and RNA, and disrupting the mitotic machinery and inhibiting cell proliferation and cell growth, which is the main characters of the cancerous cells. 5-fluorouracil also is causing different side effects, including hematological, neural, and cardiac system side effects, and these side effects can discontinue the cycles of the chemotherapeutic agents in the patients. And so we need to decrease these side effects. Nowadays, using herbal and alternative medicine in the breast cancers is considered as a new strategy to prevent the side effects, or to decrease the side effects and decrease the chemo resistance that produced after the chemotherapy. Many natural dietary compounds can be used or studied in the different research papers. Our aim today to overview some natural compounds, including the rosmarinic acid. Rosmarinic acid is a natural compound, natural phenolic compound, isolated from different species, including Lamiaceae species, including different herbal drugs as rosemary, and is considered as a promising compound in the future in the treatment or as adjuvant chemotherapeutic agents. Rosmarinic acid studied in different studies in the treatment of cancer. It can decrease inflammation and increase apoptosis, inhibit proliferation, decrease angiogenesis. In our lab, we examine the impact of rosmarinic acid in the rosmarinic in combination with the paclitaxel to elucidate the effect of rosmarinic acid on the anti-tumor effect of paclitaxel, and reducing the doses of paclitaxel, and study these factors in our lab. We find that using the most common and most cheap model of the cancer is the Ehrlich ascites carcinoma cancer. We found that rosmarinic acid is considered as a chemopreventive agent that prevent the increase in the tumor weight compared with the positive control itself, and the combination of rosmarinic acid and the paclitaxel produce a significant decrease from the other groups, and this considered as a potentiation of the paclitaxel, although the dose of paclitaxel is below the normal dose. In another way, we examine the effect of the rosmarinic acid on the tumor suppressor gene P53 gene expression. The rosmarinic acid causing a significant increase in the expression of the P53, and this in agreement with the other results that control the proliferation of the tumor in the animals. And this confirmed using the immunohistochemical examination, or the immunohistochemical staining, using the different antibodies and chemical immunohistochemical reactions. Also, we examine the effect of rosmarinic acid in the pro-angiogenic factors is the PCL2 and the pro-apoptotic factors PAX gene expressions, that rosmarinic acid decreasing the pro-angiogenic PCL2 and increasing the PAX expression, and this is the relation with the caspase activity after that increased, and this is the induction of the apoptosis in the combination group. In the same manner, combination group of rosmarinic acid and the paclitaxel showing the highest level of the efficacy using this model. We also confirmed the expression of the BCL2 using the immunohistochemical examination and giving the similar result with the gene expression. We also studied the effect of rosmarinic acid on the caspase activity that increased, as indicating the rosmarinic acid increasing the apoptosis in combination with the paclitaxel. We also studied the effect of rosmarinic acid in combination with the paclitaxel in the nuclear factor kappa B, which is the pathway of the we can consider the pathway of inflammation and also considered as a pathway of the angiogenesis, as nuclear factor kappa B was significantly decreased using the rosmarinic acid and paclitaxel combination, comparing the other groups, and this can be confirmed by determining the serum level of the vascular and the cellular growth factor, which is considered as a prominent angiogenic factors, which significantly reduced using the rosmarinic acid, and confirmed the results by immunohistochemical examination. The expression of the vascular and the cellular growth factor receptors in the tissues was significantly reduced. And finally, we determined the level of the tumor necrosis factor alpha as the marker of the inflammation. These findings suggested that rosmarinic acid can be considered as a promising natural products or herbal drugs in decreasing the side effects when used in combination with the paclitaxel, and it can be used as a food additives or a food supplement in the treatment of the breast cancers. And this findings published in the Journal of Applied Biomedicine using under this title, rosmarinic acid suppress inflammation, angiogenesis, and improve paclitaxel-induced apoptosis in a breast cancer model. We also briefly using another natural products, which is piacalin or piacalin, which is a monomeric flavonoid compound extracted from the different species of family Lamiaceae, and is considered as another promising agents in the treatment of considered as adjuvant treatment in the breast cancers. Piacalin studied as antimicrobial and antioxidant activities. We examined the piacalin also in the treatment of breast cancer in the same model, but with the another compound is the 5-fluorouracil. 5-fluorouracil of antimetabolite facing a high burden of resistance in the patients in the clinical trials, and so we need to inhibit this resistance. And this resistance occurred because of the high dose of the 5-fluorouracil used. Piacalin, in our findings, decreased this resistance and improve the efficacy of 5-fluorouracil in a lower dose than the normal dose in the animal models, by decreasing also the tumor weight in this model, and decreasing the PAX and increasing the PAX expression and decreasing the BCL2 expression, and this also considered as a machinery in the increasing the apoptotic activity of these compounds, and also decreasing the interleukin-1 beta, which is another form of the inflammatory mediators to decrease the inflammation. These findings suggests our supporting our theory about the natural products or the alternative herbal drugs or alternative remedies in the treatment of, or is considered as adjuvant treatment in the treatment of breast cancers. And also these findings published in the Biomedicine and Pharmacotherapy Journal under this title, Piacalin, a promising chemopreventive agents, enhances the anti-tumor effect of 5-fluorouracil against breast cancer. These considered as promising agents. From these agents or from these studies, we can conclude that rosmarinic acid and piacalin considered as chemopreventive agents through inhibition of the inflammation pathways, nuclear factor kappa B, and tumor suppressor gene, increased expression of the tumor suppressor gene B53 and the caspase activity. These two compounds, rosmarinic acid and piacalin, can be considered as a promising substance that can be used as a food additives or food supplements as prophylaxis of the breast cancer, and these prophylaxis through the anti-inflammatory activity, apoptotic activity, and anti-angiogenic effects. Finally, we can recommend from these findings some points, important points for us in our lab and for many researchers as the herbal and alternative medicines considered as a promising agents in prevention and treatments of breast cancers, but need further studies to fully investigate the pharmacokinetics and pharmacodynamics of these agents alone and in combination with these chemotherapeutic agents. We need further preclinical studies, and we already studied these agents to determine the safety profile of these agents and to determine the dose level and the dose different doses and to determine the lethal dose of these agents in experimental animal to be ready for the clinical studies as food supplements or supplemental materials in the patients of breast cancers to be enrolled in randomized clinical trials or clinical studies to determine the clinical efficacy of these compounds and to confirm these findings in the patients. This is the idea that I can talk about it today. And finally, I thank you for your attention, and thank you for the audience, and thank you for the conference committee, and thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Mohammed. What a great presentation. Thank you very much, Doctor. Actually, how time is it in your country?
Yes.
How time is it?
Excuse me, I cannot hear you.
Okay. How time in your country now?
6 a.m.
6 a.m.
after يعني صليت الفجر يعني فجر after فجر.
Okay, thank you very much, Doctor. Because we really appreciate for your willingness to attend the seminar and give us some insights of your expertise. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, and from the presentation, we do agree that there is still a big problem in a globe about the cancer or chemotherapy or maybe chemo prevention. That there is still no perfect chemotherapeutic agents nowadays for fighting against cancer, especially for breast cancer. According to Dr. Muhammad's finding, there are several promising agents for anti-cancer like rosmarinic acid, paclitaxel, and also picoline. I want to ask you, Doctor, between rosmarinic acid, paclitaxel, or picoline, what is more likely to be used for commercialization or perhaps used in clinical purposes?
I think rosmarinic acid can be used commercially as is more cheap than picoline now, separation, and can be used already used in different used in the food supplement and food additives already.
Oh, as a food additive.
Yes.
Oh, okay, thank you very much. Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, this is the session of discussion. In this session, I would like to open the questions for Dr. Mohammed. You can ask directly by using the raise hand feature on your Zoom, or just write in the chat box below. And there is still no questions, I think. But quite interesting with your finding and your dedication for finding a new agents, especially for the herbal medicine to fight against breast cancer. Could you tell me more about your recent research nowadays, doctor?
Nowadays, our research still focus on the cancer, but we try to use another strategy in the treatment of cancer. If the microbiota or the some microbiota in the GIT, in the colon cancer or colorectal cancer, in the animal models, and in the cell line using another cell lines, colorectal cancer cell lines. This is the era today we work on it here. Using the microbiota, different species. We select different species of microbiota to study the effect of these microbiota in the development of cancer, or in the animal models, or in the cell lines.
Okay, microbiota. What kind of microbiota that you use?
Till now, we don't select different species. We can we search about the available species in Egypt here to study it. So I can determine the species till now.
Yeah. Still searching, still screening, yeah.
Yeah. We also try to use some natural products in another research work to determine the efficacy of these natural products in the BD1 and BDL1 immunotherapy, to determine the efficacy of these drugs and this axis in the treatment of the cancer also.
Okay, thank you very much. Quite interested with your work in a microbiota, using microbiota to fight against cancer. How it can be like this, or is there any bioactive compounds that produced by the bacteria to fight against cancer?
We actually working on the bacteria itself, and as we don't know the normal microbiota that present in the human secrete chemical compounds, special chemical compounds, or the presence of this bacteria itself here that inhibit proliferation or inhibit cancer. That we will try, inshallah, the presence of the bacteria itself, and with the suspension of the content of the bacteria in the colorectal cancer, either in animal models or the cell lines. But till now, we didn't know that bacteria secrete something to prevent cancer or not. We will determine this is can be considered as an idea present that bacteria secrete some chemical compounds or some biological compounds, biochemical compounds that inhibit growth or proliferation. We will determine that later in the our research. We find.
Okay, thank you very much. That is very interesting, because as we know that there are so many research that about the chemo prevention and also chemo therapeutics agents that fight against the breast cancer or another cancer, colon cancer, colorectal cancer, and etc. But I just hear from you that microbiota has a potential role to fight directly into the cell cancer. So it is very interesting. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we still have the time to all of you to give some questions to Dr. Mohammed. There is one question for you, Doctor, coming from Diniatik. Yeah, she said that she want to ask that what is the mechanisms of penicillin? Is that the candidate as chemopreventive agent or anti-cancer medicine? Maybe it is more chemoprevention or chemotherapeutics.
we can consider the two items of chemoprevention or chemotherapeutics. Chemoprevention is considered mainly in the prevention of the cancer. It can be considered as a preventive agents. We can give these compounds to patients that didn't have a cancer already, or this patient or this person working in area with the high rate of cancer or high incidence of different cancers, we can give it the chemopreventive agents. With after confirming the safety profile of these chemopreventive agents. The chemotherapeutic agency, this is already the drugs that used in the treatment of cancer after presence of cancer. The two different between the chemoprevention and the chemotherapeutic agents. Chemotherapeutic agents is the chemical compounds that used in the treatment of cancer.
Okay.
Already present.
What about the penicillin?
Penicillin or
what about the penicillin? Like you said in your presentation.
Penicillin is natural compound, flavonoid compound. Can be after our findings, these compounds inhibit angiogenesis by decreasing the level of the vascular endothelial growth factor, which is considered as angiogenic compound, and increasing the apoptosis by increasing the PAX expression and decreasing the BCL2 expression, decreasing the inflammation, including the interleukin 1 beta, and this is a normal consequence of the decreasing the nuclear factor kappa B pathway. That Penicillin considered from our results as possesses anti-inflammatory and apoptotic activity, and can considered as anti-angiogenic activity. This is the suggested mechanisms from our lab.
Okay, thank you very much, Doctor. So it is answering the question from Diniatic. Yeah, so it has all-in-one mechanisms like another bioactive compounds.
But we still need many studies to determine the efficacy in another models and to determine the safety profile and further in the clinical studies. With all these considered as preclinical studies.
Okay, we need more preclinical studies. Okay, thank you very much, Doctor. The next question is coming from Mila Octaviani. She wanna thank to you for your presentations, and she wanna ask, as she also very interested to your research, and she wanna ask, what is the biggest challenge to do this research in your opinion so far?
The big challenge is the dealing with the animals. This is the biggest challenge. Dealing with the animal in the experimental animal models. Dealing with the animal models. And the induction of the animal model is very complicated and need more time to develop the reproducible model, the reliable model, the model that can you as a researcher depend on this model, which is the correct model, which is not an inflammatory model or not other model of the tumor. This is the biggest challenge in our lab, is to confirm the model, and this is the first step as we learn our students to how to induce the model and to confirm the model first, to be corrected researcher as all the results depending on the model. This is the biggest challenge.
Okay, the biggest challenge is creating the animal models. Yeah, so maybe
in vivo model. In the in vitro models and in vitro cell line models, the biggest challenge is the infection. In the in vitro models, cell lines, is the infection affecting the cell line that can destroy all the experiment.
Oh yeah, I see. So there is a problem in cell lines. Also, there is a problem in animal model also. So there are so many obstacles that you face in your research. Okay, is there anyone want to ask to Dr. Muhammad?
Oke. Saya Pak Alif.
Oh yeah, okay. Please welcome Mrs. Tanaya.
Okay, thank you. I want to ask about maybe an overview about structure activity relationship about bicalin and rosmarinic acid, especially in anti-cancer therapeutic and breast cancer. Okay. About structure activity relationship in this compound.
Perhaps can you repeat it?
Okay, but okay, is my answer about what about structure activity relationship in bicalin and rosmarinic acid for anti-cancer therapeutic.
You can you talk about the structure activity relationship or the structure activity of the compounds, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah. As we see in my presentation, you can see the structures of these compounds considered as a polyphenolic compounds. This compound, this is a bicalin and the rosmarinic acid. The structures of these compounds is considered as phenolic compounds. The polyphenolic compounds or polyhydroxy compounds, and this boosts the antioxidant activity of these compounds, especially the polyphenolic compounds. We can do in these compounds docking on the different enzymes. After that, to determine the docking, to determine the fitting of these compounds with the receptors or with the enzymes that included in the breast, in the cancer in general. But this needs further study to determine the effect of these drugs on the different enzymes or the different receptors. Till now, we depending on this structure that containing polyphenolic compounds or natural phenolic compounds, which is considered as antioxidant compounds that decrease the oxidative reactive species or reactive oxygen species in the cell or in the model, and to prevent the inflammation or prevent different steps in the inflammatory process.
Okay, is it clear enough, Mrs. Tanaya? Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Muhammad. We finally come to the end of the session, unfortunately.
Thank you for you. I'm very happy to be with you.
Yeah, we are very appreciate you too also, and have a nice day.
Thank you very much.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we finally come to the end of the session. Before I close it, I'd like to thank our speaker for the informative and interesting presentation, and all of the participants for the very active participations. Big gratitude to Dr. Muhammad for your time and your willingness to share your thinking. Okay, so this is the end. Thank you very much. We're going back to Mrs. Fatia. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. See you next time.
Okay, thank you to all speakers, moderator, and participants. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Before I close this webinar, we have several announcements. Don't forget to fill attendance form, the link that we sent in the Zoom chat, and we will send the certificate by registered mail. And for the all conference participants, please join again at 1 p.m. and go to each room that already announced before. And to all webinar participants can join too in conference room to attend presentation. The last agenda is taking photo together. Maybe to all participants, please turn on the video. Okay, to all participants, please turn on the video. We will take photo together. Okay. Committee, IT committee, ready? Okay, I want to 1, 2, 3. Okay, next slide. 1. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Wah. Okay. Next slide. One, two, three. Okay. Committee. Okay, next slide. 1, 2, 3. We have 8 slides. Okay, next slide. 1, 2, 3. Okay, next slide. 1, 2, 3. Okay, next slide. 1, 2, 3. And the last slide. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Thank you again for all the participants, moderator, and speakers. On behalf of the committee, I would like to say thank you again for joining this event, and I want to apologize for the mistake that we made. See you on the next event. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I want to inform again about the conference participant. Please join again at 1 p.m. and go to each room that already announced. And to all the webinar participants can join too in the conference room to attend the presentation. Thank you.
CAMAG is the world leader in planar chromatography and provides instruments, software and consumables for all steps of the TLC-HPTLC procedure. The automatic TLC sampler ATS4 allows for fully automatic sample application and is suitable for high sample throughput in routine work. The instrument is software controlled and enables precise and reliable application of samples. The dialog box for instrument parameters offers user-friendly default settings. However, if you need to change predefined parameters, for example for quantitative analysis or for application of an aqueous solution, you can do this by just a few clicks. When working with default settings, it is only necessary to fill out the sequence table. The sequence table contains all the information which is needed to automatically run a series of samples. With its guided approach, the VisionCat's HPTLC software effectively leads you through the entire chromatographic process, step by step. Position the TLC-HPTLC plate on the self-adjusting object support. After having loaded the ATS4, you can start the fully automatic sample application. VisionCats displays the current status of the sample application and the expected end time. An application sequence starts by rinsing the syringe. Next, the septum is punched and the needle lowered into the sample vial, thus allowing the syringe to be filled with the sample solution. The septum punch is retracted prior to the needle being removed to ensure the outside of the needle is wiped off by the tightly closing septum. The syringe moves to the programmed position of the plate and starts applying the desired sample volume. Several applications of the same sample are applied in sequence. Samples are applied as bands by default. Spots and rectangles can be applied as well. After the final application of the sample, the syringe is emptied into the waste and rinsed again, ready for the next application sequence. Once all samples are applied successfully, just open the cover and remove the applied HPTLC plate for chromatogram development, the next step of the HPTLC process. CAMAG is the world leader in planar chromatography and provides instruments, software and consumables for all steps of the TLC-HPTLC procedure. Chromatogram development is the heart of the HPTLC process. In the CAMAG Automatic Development Chamber ADC2, this step is fully automated and reproducible, independent of environmental effects. The activation of the plate, preconditioning, chamber saturation, developing distance, and final drying can be preset and monitored using the VisionCats HPTLC software. With its guided approach, VisionCats effectively leads you through the entire chromatographic process, step by step. The ADC2 will automatically develop the plate, leaving the analyst free to do other work. The ADC2 provides development under controlled conditions. Open the front door, load the applied plate in the plate holder and insert the plate into the automatic developing chamber. Pour in 10 milliliters of the developing solvent for plate development and 25 milliliters of developing solvent for chamber saturation into the solvent ports. The entire process is monitored. The plate is developed in a saturated chamber if using the default settings. The automatic developing chamber ADC2 and the optional humidity control create standardized conditions, obtaining reproducible results from plate to plate. Perform chromatography under different climatic conditions and compare chromatograms created in different labs of results obtained from different batches. Chromatography is started by lowering the plate into the developing solvent. During chromatography, the position of the solvent front is monitored. At the end, the developed plate is homogeneously dried in an airstream. All parameters are recorded in compliance with CGMP/CGLP as part of the analysis. After successful chromatogram development, just open the front door of the ADC2 and remove the developed plate for the next step of the HPTLC process.
ITS Sains Indonesia merupakan salah satu divisi bisnis dari ITS Group yang berkantor utama di Singapura. Mewakili berbagai produsen dari Eropa, Amerika Serikat, dan Asia, ITS Sains Indonesia menawarkan berbagai macam instrumen analitik dan medis dengan teknologi terkini, peralatan laboratorium umum, bahan kimia, dan bahan habis pakai lainnya. Selama lebih dari 40 tahun, ITS Group bergerak maju dengan visi memberikan pengaruh di dalam industri yang kami jalani, dan terus didorong dengan misi untuk selalu memberikan yang terbaik. Kultur perusahaan kami pun unik, untuk selalu mengedepankan profesionalisme, partnership, dan performance. ITS Group tersebar di berbagai negara Asia Tenggara, yaitu Malaysia, Singapura, Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, Filipina, dan Myanmar. ITS Sains Indonesia memiliki 2 kantor yang berlokasi di Kelapa Gading, Jakarta Utara, dan Sukomanunggal, Surabaya. Di dalam kantor kami, terdapat fasilitas yang dapat menunjang kinerja kami. Salah satunya, ruang pelatihan dan laboratorium demo. Selama beberapa tahun ini, kami juga mengadakan seminar dan pelatihan untuk internal maupun eksternal. Kami juga tak lupa untuk selalu aktif berpartisipasi dalam berbagai pameran. Berikut portfolio produk yang kami representasikan di Indonesia. Produk-produk yang kami representasikan merupakan produk-produk unggulan di bidangnya. Selain itu, kami juga bangga bekerja sama dengan berbagai pihak, mulai dari lembaga pemerintah, industri, hingga universitas. Bila Anda memerlukan bantuan untuk laboratorium Anda, hubungi kami. ITS Science Indonesia, Bridging Science, Inspiring Possibilities.
CAMAG is the world leader in planar chromatography and provides instruments, software and consumables for all steps of the TLC HPTLC procedure. The automatic TLC sampler ATS4 allows for fully automatic sample application and is suitable for high sample throughput in routine work. The instrument is software controlled and enables precise and reliable application of samples. The dialog box for instrument parameters offers user-friendly default settings. However, if you need to change predefined parameters, for example for quantitative analysis or for application of an aqueous solution, you can do this by just a few clicks. When working with default settings, it is only necessary to fill out the sequence table. The sequence table contains all the information which is needed to automatically run a series of samples. With its guided approach, the VisionCat's HPTLC software effectively leads you through the entire chromatographic process, step by step. Position the TLC HPTLC plate on the self-adjusting object support. After having loaded the ATS4, you can start the fully automatic sample application. VisionCat displays the current status of the sample application and the expected end time. An application sequence starts by rinsing the syringe. Next, the septum is punched and the needle lowered into the sample vial, thus allowing the syringe to be filled with the sample solution. The septum punch is retracted prior to the needle being removed to ensure the outside of the needle is wiped off by the tightly closing septum. The syringe moves to the programmed position of the plate and starts applying the desired sample volume. Several applications of the same sample are applied in sequence. Samples are applied as bands by default. Spots and rectangles can be applied as well. After the final application of the sample, the syringe is emptied into the waste and rinsed again, ready for the next application sequence. Once all samples are applied successfully, just open the cover and remove the applied HPTLC plate for chromatogram development, the next step of the HPTLC process. CAMAG is the world leader in planar chromatography and provides instruments, software and consumables for all steps of the TLC HPTLC procedure. Chromatogram development is the heart of the HPTLC process. In the CAMAG Automatic Development Chamber ADC2, this step is fully automated and reproducible, independent of environmental effects. The activation of the plate, preconditioning, chamber saturation, developing distance, and final drying can be preset and monitored using the VisionCat's HPTLC software. With its guided approach, VisionCat effectively leads you through the entire chromatographic process, step by step. The ADC2 will automatically develop the plate, leaving the analyst free to do other work. The ADC2 provides development under controlled conditions. Open the front door, load the applied plate in the plate holder and insert the plate into the automatic developing chamber. Pour in 10 milliliters of the developing solvent for plate development and 25 milliliters of developing solvent for chamber saturation into the solvent ports. The entire process is monitored. The plate is developed in a saturated chamber if using the default settings. The automatic developing chamber ADC2 and the optional humidity control create standardized conditions, obtaining reproducible results from plate to plate. Perform chromatography under different climatic conditions and compare chromatograms created in different labs of results obtained from different batches. Chromatography is started by lowering the plate into the developing solvent. During chromatography, the position of the solvent front is monitored. At the end, the developed plate is homogeneously dried in an airstream. All parameters are recorded in compliance with CGMP/CGLP as part of the analysis. After successful chromatogram development, just open the front door of the ADC2 and remove the developed plate for the next step of the HPTLC process.
ITS Science Indonesia merupakan salah satu divisi bisnis dari ITS Group yang berkantor utama di Singapura. Mewakili berbagai produsen dari Eropa, Amerika Serikat, dan Asia, ITS Science Indonesia menawarkan berbagai macam instrumen analitik dan medis dengan teknologi terkini, peralatan laboratorium umum, bahan kimia, dan bahan habis pakai lainnya. Selama lebih dari 40 tahun, ITS Group bergerak maju dengan visi memberikan pengaruh di dalam industri yang kami jalani. Dan terus didorong dengan misi untuk selalu memberikan yang terbaik. Kultur perusahaan kami pun unik untuk selalu mengedepankan profesionalisme, partnership, dan performance. ITS Group tersebar di berbagai negara Asia Tenggara, yaitu Malaysia, Singapura, Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, Filipina, dan Myanmar. ITS Science Indonesia memiliki 2 kantor yang berlokasi di Kelapa Gading, Jakarta Utara, dan Sukomanunggal, Surabaya. Di dalam kantor kami, terdapat fasilitas yang dapat menunjang kinerja kami. Salah satunya, ruang pelatihan dan laboratorium demo. Selama beberapa tahun ini, kami juga mengadakan seminar dan pelatihan untuk internal maupun eksternal. Kami juga tak lupa untuk selalu aktif berpartisipasi dalam berbagai pameran. Berikut portfolio produk yang kami representasikan di Indonesia. produk-produk yang kami representasikan merupakan produk-produk unggulan di bidangnya. Selain itu, kami juga bangga bekerja sama dengan berbagai pihak, mulai dari lembaga pemerintah, industri, hingga universitas. Bila Anda memerlukan bantuan untuk laboratorium Anda, hubungi kami. ITS Science Indonesia, Bridging Science Inspiring Possibilities.
Mak nggak masuk.
تخبر أن المجد وشأوه فلله ما للعين من مشهد اجتلاء يعز على أهل الحجاب اجتلاء يعز على أهل الحجاب اجتلاؤه مسكنه الحاشا أجب من ملا كل النواحي نداؤه أجب من تولاه هوى فيك وامضي في فؤادي ما يهوى يشاء فؤادي ما يهوى الهوى ويشاء والنور يهدي الحال تلقى من الغيب المجرد حكمة بها أمطرت في الخافقين سماؤه بها أمطرت في الخافقين سماؤه هو النور 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 اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد طب القلوب ودوائها وعافية الأبدان وشفائها ونور الأبصار وضيائها وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم.
Audience, for the other audience or participants may join in another one. This is the classroom. There are three parallel rooms. You may join in room 1. Thank you. اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد طب القلوب ودوائها وعافية الأبدان وشفائها ونور الأبصار وضيائها وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم. ربي خلقها من نور فيه احترام فيه احترام ناداه أقبل يا مختار أنت الأمين أنت الأمين ربي خلقها من نور
فيه احترام فيه احترام ناداه أقبل يا مختار أنت الأمين أنت الأمين لما ارتقى البيت المعمور صلى إمام لما ارتقى البيت المعمور صلى إمام وقد دنا من ربه الباهي الجليل ناداه أقبل يا مختار.
Habis HP-ku dijamret, saldo GoPay-ku hilang.
فيه احترام ناداه أقبل يا مختار أنت الأمين ربي خلق طه من نور فيه احترام ناداه أقبل يا مختار أنت الأمين أنت الأمين أنت الأمين أنت الأمين أنت الأمين أنت الأمين. شفاعة وهذا مطلبي يا نبي يا رسول الله يا نبي لك شفاعة وهذا مطلبي يا نبي أنت المرتجى يوم الزحام اشفع لنا يا خير الأنام أنت المرتجى يوم الزحام اشفع لنا يا خير الأنام اشفع لنا يا حبيبنا اشفع لنا يا حبيبنا لك الشفاعة يا رسول الله يا نبي يا رسول الله يا نبي لك شفاعة وهذا مطلبي يا نبي يا رسول الله يا نبي لك شفاعة وهذا مطلبي يا نبي الشفاعة يا رسول الله يا نبي يا رسول الله يا نبي لك الشفاعة وهذا مطلبي يا نبي يا رسول الله يا نبي لك الشفاعة وهذا مطلبي يا رسول الله يا نبي لك الشفاعة وهذا مطلبي يا نبي Salatullah, salamullah عنه صدى يا ربي أنت الهادي وافقني للهدى ونور لي فؤادي وجلو عنه صدى يا ربي انظر إلي يا ربي تب علي يا ربي انظر إلي يا ربي تب علي ولا مالي غيرك مالي ولا مالي مالي غيرك مالي ولا مالي غيرك مالي ولا مالي مالي غيرك مالي ولا مالي
Bapak Ibu sekalian yang masih di room utama, monggo bisa join ke breakout room yang bisa room 1, room 2, atau room 3. Jika ada kesulitan bisa hubungi kami, nanti kami bantu untuk dimasukkan ke room yang Bapak Ibu minati. Terima kasih. Ya, share screen di room utama ya. Dear the participant in the main room, please join in the plenary room, room 1 and 2 or 3, wherever you want. If you have any problem, please let me know. We will assist you to move to the plenary room. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Abdul. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Can I join one of the room?
Yeah, sure.
I'm not a speaker, but can I join one room 1 or room 2 or room
Of
3?
course.
It's no
Yeah,
problem.
of course. Which room do you want? You may join by click the breakout room, or if you want to move to another room, it's okay. Yes, this is the topic of every room. This is the room 1. It's about different type of topic. You may join which room you want. That's okay for all the participants. Even they are not the oral, they don't have the oral presentation. That's okay, just to be audience.
Okay, but can you join me to the room?
Yeah,
Because
sure.
there is
Which
no...
room? Which room you want?
Anything.
Okay, let me move you to room 1. It's okay?
Okay, thank you, Mister.
Thank you. Okay, this is still 7 participants. Ibu Hani, Anidia, Zahra, Nailun Nabila, Rahmanur Fadila, Salman Al Farisi, and Susi Fatmayura. Please let me know which room you want to join. Let me move you to the breakout room. Thank you. Hi Alvina, Aritanti. Which room you want to join? Let me know. I will assist you to join the room. Room 1, 2, or 3. Or please write it down in the chat box. Irbah Salsabila mau ikut ruang keberapa? Ruang 1, 2, atau 3?
Ke room 2.
Room 2, oke. Halo Dinda dan Alma, mau ikut room berapa? Saya bantu untuk masukkan ke breakout room. Room 2, oke. Dinda, Alkomaria, mau ikut room berapa?
Room 1 aja.
Oke. Raina Salsabila mau join room berapa? Saya bantu untuk masukkan. Bu Gina mau join room berapa? Saya bantu masukkan.
Room 1 Pak Wafi. Makasih.
Raina Salsabila mau join room berapa? Oke, saya bantu ke room 3 ya. Oke. Saiful Khaira mau masuk room berapa? Saya bantu untuk masuk roomnya. 1, 2, atau 3. Saiful Khaira mau masuk, si Fakul Khaira mau masuk room berapa? Ada room 1, 2, atau 3. Mas Zahrid mau masuk room berapa, Pak? Welcome back to the main room, and we're waiting for other participants to accomplish their presentation in the room, in their room. So we will continue with the announcement of the best presenter and for the closing ceremony as well. Thank you. I will give you some music while waiting for the participant.
ringan, elegan.
Harmony OS 3.0 di tablet ini bikin dia lebih mirip tablet.
Ya Tarim, ya Tarim, ya Tarim, ya Tarim, Syailillah, 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 ya Tarim, ya Tarim, ya Tarim, ya Tarim, Syailillah, 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 Baldatul Awliya, Baldatul Awliya, Syailillah, 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 Bijahi Ba'alawi, Bijahi Ba'alawi, Syailillah, 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 ya Tarim, ya Tarim, Syailillah, 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 ya Tarim, ya Tarim, ya Tarim, ya Tarim, Syailillah, 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 Syailillah. حبيبنا الكريم، حبيبنا الكريم، شايلillah، 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 سقفنا ولي، سقفنا ولي، شايلillah، 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 المحضر والعدروس، المحضر والعدروس، شايلillah، 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 الحدد والعطاس، الحدد والعطاس، شايلillah، 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 وجميع الولي، وجميع الولي، شايلillah، 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 يا Tarim, ya Tarim, ya Tarim, ya Tarim, شايلillah، 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 الله عليه وسلم صلى الله على محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم أنت شمس أنت بدر أنت نور فوق نوري أنت شمس أنت بدر أنت نور فوق نوري أنت إكسير وغالي أنت مصباح الصدور صلى الله على
CAMAG is the world leader in planar chromatography and provides instruments, software and consumables for all steps of the TLC-HPTLC procedure. The automatic TLC sampler ATS4 allows for fully automatic sample application and is suitable for high sample throughput in routine work. The instrument is software controlled and enables precise and reliable application of samples. The dialog box for instrument parameters offers user-friendly default settings. However, if you need to change predefined parameters, for example, CAMAG is the world leader in planar chromatography and provides instruments, software and consumables for all steps of the TLC HPTLC procedure. The automatic TLC sampler ATS4 allows for fully automatic sample application and is suitable for high sample throughput in routine work. The instrument is software controlled and enables precise and reliable application of samples. The dialog box for instrument parameters offers user-friendly default settings. However, if you need to change predefined parameters, for example for quantitative analysis or for application of an aqueous solution, you can do this by just a few clicks. When working with default settings, it is only necessary to fill out the sequence table. The sequence table contains all the information which is needed to automatically run a series of samples. With its guided approach, the VisionCat's HPTLC software effectively leads you through the entire chromatographic process, step by step. Position the TLC HPTLC plate on the self-adjusting object support. After having loaded the ATS4, you can start the fully automatic sample application. VisionCat displays the current status of the sample application and the expected end time. An application sequence starts by rinsing the syringe. Next, the septum is punched and the needle lowered into the sample vial, thus allowing the syringe to be filled with the sample solution. The septum punch is retracted prior to the needle being removed to ensure the outside of the needle is wiped off by the tightly closing septum. The syringe moves to the programmed position of the plate and starts applying the desired sample volume. Several applications of the same sample are applied in sequence. Samples are applied as bands by default. Spots and rectangles can be applied as well. After the final application of the sample, the syringe is emptied into the waste and rinsed again, ready for the next application sequence. Once all samples are applied successfully, just open the cover and remove the applied HPTLC plate for chromatogram development, the next step of the HPTLC process.
Okay, we will start in a few minutes still waiting for the room 3 for the last presenter. So please taken into your account that if you wanna publish your paper in our proceeding, please submit your paper in our website no less than 20 August. Thank you.
ITS Sains Indonesia merupakan salah satu divisi bisnis dari ITS Group yang berkantor utama di Singapura. Mewakili berbagai produsen dari Eropa, Amerika Serikat, dan Asia, ITS Sains Indonesia menawarkan berbagai macam instrumen analitik dan medis dengan teknologi terkini, peralatan laboratorium umum, bahan kimia, dan bahan habis pakai lainnya. Selama lebih dari 40 tahun, ITS Group bergerak maju dengan visi memberikan pengaruh di dalam industri yang kami jalani. Dan terus didorong dengan misi untuk selalu memberikan yang terbaik. Kultur perusahaan kami pun unik untuk selalu mengedepankan profesionalisme, partnership, dan performance. ITS Group tersebar di berbagai negara Asia Tenggara, yaitu Malaysia, Singapura, Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, Filipina, dan Myanmar. ITS Sains Indonesia memiliki 2 kantor yang berlokasi di Kelapa Gading, Jakarta Utara, dan Sukomanunggal, Surabaya. Di dalam kantor kami, terdapat fasilitas yang dapat menunjang kinerja kami. Salah satunya, ruang pelatihan dan laboratorium demo. Selama beberapa tahun ini, kami juga mengadakan seminar dan pelatihan untuk internal maupun eksternal. Kami juga tak lupa untuk selalu aktif berpartisipasi dalam berbagai pameran. Berikut portfolio produk yang kami representasikan di Indonesia. Produk-produk yang kami representasikan merupakan produk-produk unggulan di bidangnya. Selain itu, kami juga bangga bekerja sama dengan berbagai pihak, mulai dari lembaga pemerintah, industri, hingga universitas. Bila Anda memerlukan bantuan untuk laboratorium Anda, hubungi kami. ITS Sains Indonesia, Bridging Science, Inspiring Possibilities.
all the participants, please wait for the announcement for the best presenter. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirrabbilalamin. Finally, we have finished this presentation session. Before I close this event, we will announce the best presentation in this conference. Here's the winner. Is my screen already? Sorry, is my screen already seen? Not yet. Okay.
My shadow side kicks in my face, but I come through.
Okay, congratulations for the best presenter. And for further information, please contact the head of committee, Mr. Abdulafi, as seen on the screen. Okay, and don't forget to all the conference participants to submit full paper to PLANAR OGS with the deadline of submission before 20 August 2022. And the last but not least, I want to say thank you to our sponsor, PT Dharma Karya Makmur Sentosa, PT Gencraft Labs, PT Wiralab Analytica Solusindo, ITS Science, and CV Nura Gemilang for supporting this event. Okay, on behalf of the committee, I would like to say thank you again for joining us on this second planner and apologize.
Miss Nita.
Okay.
Okay, we have a surprise additional announcement for the very active participant.
Okay.
Probably the Bu Fatia will announce this. Okay, I will announce for the best or very active participant from the plenary session. We will give this reward to Dr. Diniani from the Universitas Muhammadiyah Purwokerto. Congratulations!
Okay.
It's 250,000 rupiah. Okay, congratulations.
Congratulations to Dr. Diani from University of Makassar.
Muhammadiyah Purwokerto.
Oh, Purwokerto. Okay, Muhammadiyah Purwokerto. Congratulations to Mrs. Diani. Please contact our head of committee, Dr. Abdul Wafi PhD, for more information about the prize. Okay, on behalf of the committee, I would like to say thank you again for joining this second planner and apologize for the mistake and error that we made. See you on the next planner. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you very much everyone.
Terima kasih. For committee, please stay on this Zoom, yeah.
Hope you joining our next conference.
Committee, please stay, yeah.
Okay, Ibu.
Every time you feel like you cannot go on, you feel so lost and that you're so alone. All you see is night and darkness all around. You feel so helpless, you can't see which way to go. Don't despair and never lose hope, 'cause Allah is always by your side. Inshallah, 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 you'll find your way. Inshallah, 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 you'll find your way. Every time you commit one more mistake, you feel you can't repent and that it's way too late. You're so confused, wrong decisions you have made haunt your mind and your heart is full of shame. But don't despair and never lose hope, 'cause Allah is always by your side. Inshallah, 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 you'll find your way. to Allah. He's never far away. Put your trust in Him, raise your hands and pray. Oh yeah, Allah, guide my steps, don't let me go astray. You're the only one who can show me the way, show me the way.
Kayaknya sudah.
Panitia foto ya di sini. Masih proses pengeluaran peserta selain panitia oleh Pak Wafi, Bu Fatia.
Sudah.
Diusir.
Oke, alhamdulillah.
Sudah steril, wah, good.
Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. Beres.
Loh, mana nih Bu Tanaya? Masih off cam. Pak Hajar.
Oh, Pak Bu
Pak
Tanaya.
Fadli. Oh, Bu Tanaya kan di. Habis ini kita foto Bu Begum.
Bu Begum di jalan paling.
Alhamdulillah. Tadi ada hadiah tiba-tiba ya, Bu Ria ya.
Sayang Bu, dia benar-benar semangat. Ngalang-ngalai juri ya Bu.
Makanya terakhir room 3.
Loh iya, aku loh tanyanya cuman gitu, sederhananya dia dikejar sama beliau.
Sedang diuber sama dia.
Oh iya, tambah diuber, saya kira aku mau lucu. Saya dikasih saran-saran BDE.
Mana nih kita background-nya baru besok saya.
Kapan ini? Ayo guys sambil nyetir.
Iki Bu Tanaya ngendi?
Udah, taruh aja dulu Bu. Nanti aba-aba kalau sudah nyetir dulu aja.
Taruh di pinggir jalan.
Bu nanya. Oh, kata.
Pak Hajar, Pak Sadli itu juga Pak Yu. Oh, Bu Begum di jalan ya?
Pak Yu, Pak Hajar.
Pak Hajar
masuk di rumah. Yo, pelanggaran. Wes yo. Pak, laporan keuangan menyusul, Pak.
Hadiah.
Aman, uang ada di saya.
Oh iya. Pokoknya lagi pembicaraan panitia. Udah lo ya, keep lo.
Laporan udah selesai disusun. Pak Hajar, sebentar.
Bu Vivi, jangan lupa kontribusi peserta juga dimasukkan ke dalam pemasukan.
Oh iya, pendaftaran paling berapa sih?
Oh iya, jadi perhitungan kemarin itu kontribusi peserta belum dimasukkan.
Oh iya, gampang. Cincai.
Pak Hajar.
Makan lah ya Bu Dani minimal.
Monitor Pak
Jangan
Hajar,
lupa
monitor.
potong konsumsi. Jangan lupa potong konsumsi.
Enggak, katanya Pak Wafi sudah ada PAK-nya kok itu dari fakultas. Monitor Pak Hajar.
Gampang.
Kawan.
Ya, Bu Vivi. Oh, enggak. Bu Vivi, Pak Wafi, monitor kawan.
Alhamdulillah.
Selama ketua sama sekretaris sudah bersepakat aman lah ya Pak Wafi ya.
Tinggal sama bendahara.
Sama bendahara juga. Ih, butuh banget itu bendahara. Mana Bu Muna?
Masalahnya duit dicekel Pak Hajar, guys.
Gak bisa macam-macam.
Loh, Pak Hajar ini kok pelanggarannya semuanya dhisik gak ketok arek dhewe yo.
Terpaksa yang pakai anak tadi sore.
Ya wes enggak masalah asalkan dananya aman.
Tersimpan aman. Tapi yang ini Pak, yang ada yang masuk ke sponsor tuh ada masuk yang ke UIN kayaknya. Yang Grand Dharma Karya apa ya? Masuk ke Pak Hajar semua apa ke UIN ya Pak? Ada ke UIN kayaknya awal-awal. Enggak tahu.
Sponsor yang masuk ke saya Pak beberapa.
Semuanya Pak.
Enggak semuanya.
Iya, soalnya yang awal-awal tuh kayaknya langsung ke UIN. Yang lupa saya yang mana. Ya itu nariknya nanti.
Nariknya enggak masalah sih, cuma bedanya kalau yang masuk univ itu ada potongan. Kalau yang ke kita utuh.
Ya, dipotong universitas.
Aman. Tadi kan di apa? Kontribusi peserta belum dimasukkan ke dalam hitungan. Insya Allah aman.
Oke, yuk sudah nih.
Yuk foto Bu Begum, Bu Vivi, Bu Naya, Pak Sadli. Ayo foto.
Ya, lanjut, siapa yang
Mas
motor?
Sadri di jalan. Bu Begum, halo.
Begum lagi di jalan tadi.
Oke, saya hitung ya.
Oke,
1.
penting ini ya.
Penting ini. 1, 2.
Masker Pak Yu.
Pakai gaya apa, Bu?
Gini dulu, formil dulu. 1.
Oh, formal.
2.
Oke.
Bunita, wajahmu nggak kelihatan.
Gak usah background dulu.
Alah, ya wes, sebentar.
Ada belentong-belentongnya,
Saya soalnya
Di
nggak bisa
avatar.
background.
1, 2. Oke, kemudian gaya apa selanjutnya? Gaya bebas.
Gaya planar, Bu.
Planar.
Gaya planar.
Oh, gaya planar itu.
Ini gaya.
Terus aku screenshotnya ya apa?
Bulus.
Ya,
Bebas ya,
betul.
gaya bebas ya. 1, 2. Oh, kok elek, Rek? Si enteni, Rek. 1, 2.
Vivi lagi nyetir tuh.
Oke.
Gaya nyetir.
Ya, kita evaluasi kapan ya kira-kira? Mumpung masih.
Yang penting bukan kapan nih, di mana nih Mas Wafi?
Nah, itu yang penting.
Nanti kita diskusi di mana. Oke.
Oh iya, nanti
Iya.
menyusul. Soalnya Pak tanggungan proceedingnya, reviewnya, sama editorialnya masih menyusul. Tapi soal yang tadi dibicarakan baiknya dilaksanakan dulu kayak tahun lalu.
Oke,
Ya,
terima
masih ada
kasih
PR
banyak,
abstrak
Bapak Ibu.
book juga, abstrak book sama sertifikat.
Abstrak book, terus nanti saya
Dan
kontak Pak inilah Pak Sadli sama Pak Burhan untuk itu.
Maaf, foto lagi bisa ya? Yang resmi ya?
Allah
Ayo, Pak Yu, Pak Hajar, ayo, Bu Vivi. Yang resmi 1 kali aja, Rek. 1 kali lagi. Ayo,
Gila,
Pak
ya.
Hajar, on cam. Nah, Pak Yu akhirnya menunjukkan
Dan
wajahnya.
jangan
Pak
dipin,
Hajar,
Bu. Biar tahu gayanya, jangan dipin, Bu.
Iki gak tak pin iki.
Ini dipin tentang mata pin.
Oh, masih
Jadi nggak kelihatan gayanya kita, wes.
Sebentar, remove dulu.
Remove spotlight.
Sudah.
Nah,
2, 3. Tak kirim.
Oh, ayo selesaikan dulu.
yang banyak, Bu. Nggak apa-apa, Bu.
Boyo aki wis difoto bareng, Rek. Endi, siapa sing screenshot?
Siapa yang foto?
Ya, 1, 2.
Oke.
Oke, thank you.
Terima kasih.
Ya, kepada Pak Wafi, waktu dan tempat dipersilahkan.
Baik, alhamdulillahirrahmanirrahim. Terima kasih banyak Bapak Ibu semua sudah bekerja keras untuk membersihkan acara kita hari ini, mulai dari pembentukan panitia awal konsep terus sampai hari ini. Terima kasih banyak dari dulu hati yang paling dalam, bottom my heart katanya. Terima kasih banyak, itu aja. Saya bersyukur hari ini secara umum lancar, walaupun di awal start kita ada sedikit waktu ya dinamika, tapi pada akhirnya kita tetap on the track dari awal apa yang kita rencanakan. Secara umum